Shalom, shalom. We are back. We are back. It's your brother Yashub. I'm back with a special episode here on The Source. We have a special guest today that's going to engage with our brother Ivory in dialogue, um, discussing who are the children of Noah, who are the Hamites, who are the Shemites, who are the Japhites today. They're going to be dealing with genetics. They're going to give their arguments from haplogroups. They're going to give their arguments from a scientific standpoint. So this is going to be a great episode. Get your pens, your pads, take notes, because these two brothers are going to be unleashing information. So I hope you guys are prepped. I hope you guys are ready. With no further ado, I want to allow my guest of honor, Jungle Jargon, to introduce himself to the audience.
Okay. My name is Jungle Jargon because I'm from the Amazon jungle. My parents were missionaries, but I came to appreciate diverse cultures and different people. And so I've always been interested in these sort of discussions. And when I had the opportunity to take a DNA test, and I did. And so I came back as I1M253, which is like Scandinavian. And that's what got me going, basically interested in the different haplogroups as to who I was and who everybody else was. And it all started to make sense to me. And so I've been trying to, get other people interested in it, but a lot of other people aren't too interested because it does cost money to do the Y chromosome test. So most people haven't done it, so they're not as interested as I am, and because I have other discussion groups with other people, and they don't seem to be interested. So I'm glad to be here where people are interested in the paternal and the maternal haplogroups as well, because those are interesting too, and the migration of people throughout the world. So that's basically it for me right now.
All right, so that's our brother Jungle Jargon. That's going to be a part of this discussion tonight between our brother, the savant from the Levant, Hebrew of Israel, aka Ivory, weighing in at 100 and no playing. Go ahead, Ivory. Introduce yourself to the people.
Shalom, everyone. Shalom. It's good to be back on the show. We had a long live stream last night, but we're keeping it going. So I can't wait to get into this discussion tonight, which is titled, who is Shem, Ham, and Japheth? It's a very important thing to understand and to know in terms of haplogroups and modern human populations and such. So I'm glad to have this discussion with Jungle Jargon. It's going to be an enlightening night.
All right, before the discussion begins, both parties agreed to have a free flowing discussion tonight. So um, I just want the audience to know they agreed upon this, have a free flowing, conversation, meaning, they can say, they can have a question, say something in the middle of someone presenting information or whatnot, or have an exchange freely. But if things get out of hand, we are going to move to a time debate setting where each speaker will get 5 minutes to say their point and then move on to the next speaker. With that said, let's get ready to rumble, fellas. It's on you guys.
All right. So I wonder.
Go ahead.
I was just about to say, I wonder where we should start exactly. Questions.
Well, there are three groups. There's the Shem, Ham, and Japheth. And the Japhethites are the northern countries. The Semitic people are the Levant, and the Hamites are partly in Africa and partly went spread out to the east.
Yeah, I agree. Japheth would represent nations in Eurasia, north of countries such as Syria, Iraq, the Levant, Arabia, places like that. Hamites, of course, will be in Africa, and so yeah, that's basically kind of where everything is at. Shem being, of course, like I said, in the Middle East. Ham, Africa, Japheth, north of everybody else.
So, so would you agree that the C and the D are Hamitic then?
I would say haplogroup D, E, and our model. I guess I'll just speak from my perspective. In my model, D, E would be Shem. D,
I
of
see.
course, going into the east, and E being spread throughout the Middle East, Africa, and the Mediterranean.
But you realize that that would make a large part of Africa, which would be basically in the area of Mitzrayim and Put and Kush, that would make them Semitic, right?
Yes, and I can actually go into that a little bit. I can actually see why Semites would be in Africa. After all, when it comes to Semites, they are Afro-Asiatic people, and I believe Afro-Asiatic, basically Hermeto-Semitic. There was ancient admixture between Hamites and Shemites, so it makes sense to see Semites within Africa. And there are various references that speak of Semitic groups being within Africa. For instance, you have Joktan. Many of the names in Joktan matches the names of Ham. Joktan has a Havilah, Ham has a Havilah.
Yeah.
Joktan has a Sheba, Ham has a Sheba. I feel like that shows overlap between two peoples. There's even a story from Flavius Josephus who says that some of Abraham's descendants, Ephra and the Midianites, were in northern Africa. I can bring out these sources as well if you like, but
Well, yeah, I agree that there are a lot of Semitic population, including Arabic and Judaic, in Northern Africa and in East Africa as well. I would agree with that.
right, right.
But I would say that they are designated as J1 and J2, and mostly maybe some I1, I2. I don't know.
Right, okay. So the reason why I have a problem with haplogroup J being Semitic is because when it comes to various archaeologists, they actually believe, well, not believe, they actually state that haplogroup E is actually Semitic and haplogroup J is actually non-Semitic. I can actually bring out a source really quick. I'm going to read because I feel like it's very powerful information that we should kind of know
Yeah.
about. Give me a few seconds here. All right, I'm about to share my
Yeah, I can see now. I can see how now that what your designation is would be the D and the E would be Semitic, and then you're pushing the J and the I over to the Japhethite.
Right, exactly. And the reason why I say E is Semitic, because I want to make sure that I do have my reasons. This is from EUpedia, titled "Haplogroup E1B1B Y-DNA," and it says E-M34 is the main Middle Eastern variety of E1B1B, and it's thought to have arrived with Proto-Semitic people, proto meaning first, the first Semitic people in the late Copper to early Bronze Age. So that's why I posit E being a Semitic haplogroup, being Shem, basically.
So that would make the pharaohs Semitic.
Well, it would make the pharaohs an admixed group. It would seem like pharaohs of Egypt and really Egyptians in general did admix with, I guess you could say, Asiatic populations because, of course, we know with Joseph, we know that he got with an Egyptian priestess daughter, and that's how we get Ephraim and Manasseh. Uh, they would be half Egyptian, half Hebrew. I mean, even if you go back with Abraham, Abraham got with Hagar, the Egyptian slave, and he had Ishmael. So there was a lot of admixture between Asiatic Hebrew populations and
Oh,
Egyptians.
Yeah, autosomally. Yeah, of course. Yeah.
Yeah, so
Um,
that's why, yeah.
but that would be like that wouldn't affect the Y chromosome, the male paternal line. So,
Right, but by stating that Abraham and Joseph got with those Egyptian women, I would say that they are E markers, and this is how E markers are beginning to uh, swell up within Egypt. It's coming from the Asiatics.
well, I think Moses did too. I think, or might have. Well, I'm not sure. Maybe it was. But anyways, yeah, that it doesn't seem right for the pharaohs to be E, and then because they wouldn't have been descendants of Abraham or Eber or somebody.
Which pharaohs are we talking about those specifically, so I can make sure I know the time period, because that's also another important factor is time
Yeah,
period.
I would probably say the earlier ones, but we know King Tut was an R1B. He was actually European or Southern European paternal line.
Right. Yeah, that's why time period is pretty important. So when it comes to, I guess, let's say Old Kingdom Egyptians, I would say that Old Kingdom Egyptians or Mizraim, they would have haplogroup A as their paternal line. I believe that the Hamites are haplogroup A markers. So let me just show you as to why. Because haplogroup A is actually, at one time, and to a certain extent, even to this day, it was seen. Just give me a few seconds. It's seen all throughout Africa. Just going to show you a map. So this is from deep paternal genetic roots in Africa from Skazuri. Excuse me for mispronunciation. At 2014. And it shows that the old North African groups, which would be like Egyptians and such, were A1A, A1B, A3B2, and possibly B1. And this also deals with West African foragers in the context of African population's history. Some of the oldest West African markers are actually A and B markers, but as you can see, dealing with A3B2, it stretches all the way from the Horn of Africa up into Egypt. And I believe that the early dynastic Egyptians were a people who carried A markers. It's still seen in the now to this day, actually. I'm going to read this one last source and then I'll be done. Um, right here, upper now. So this is dealing with the upper now. Haplogroup A3B2-M13 is seen. Oh, excuse me. Is common among the South Sudanese at 53%, especially the Dinka Sudanese at 61.5%. So I'll stop right there, though. I'll let you say what you have to say. I just showed
So
this map.
I was wondering about the darker on the other map, the darker green color, what that was, if it was because I couldn't see very well.
Here, let me go back to it real quick. Darker green, right here.
Hey, Jungle Jargon, if you want to share something as well, just click the share screen button.
Yeah, I'm on my phone right now, so unless I switched over to the computer, that would take too much time, I think. But yeah, I should have got on the laptop instead. But the dark green, what color? Well, I mean, what haplogroup is that?
A3B2.
Okay, so that does kind of fit the Nile and stuff.
Yeah, and there's another map I can show you as well. Let me flip to this one. This also shows it pretty much all throughout Africa.
Yeah. Are you familiar with the Simmons Genome Project?
Can you say that one more time? It kind
The
of muffled.
Simmons, yeah. Well, that's why I speak. The Simmons Genome Project. Are you familiar with that?
Is that the 1,000 Genome Project? The one
Yeah,
that tested people from all over? Yeah, I'm familiar with it. Yeah.
So would you agree with those findings?
I always do my best to agree with any findings, to follow the science, Yeah.
Can you pull up that diagram, or is it possible? Where
You
for the
should. Do you have it? Can you pull it up? Because I don't like have it
for,
ready.
for
Which
the Y
which which,
chromosome,
which diagram do you need?
the 1,000 Simmons Genome Project for the
I know
Y
what he's
chromosome.
I know what he's talking about. Yeah, the star phylogeny. Let me see if I can pull it up for
Yeah, I
you.
don't have that on me at the moment. So
Um,
Because that's basically where I was able to, divide up the Shem, Ham, and Japheth. That would be basically what I was going by.
let's see if I can pull that image up for you. If I can't find it on the web, I do have a book that has that same image that I could probably grab.
But in the interim, the J1 and the J2 is in the area of Shem. So it's kind of hard to say they're not from the Eber or Arpachshad or Faxid if they're in Saudi Arabia and Levant and then all they spread north all the way up north. They went up to Turkey and Iran and Italy and places.
right. So when it comes to J, the reason why I connected first, I'll kind of take that as a two-part statement. So, for one, I know the scriptures actually does say that when it comes to the descendants of Japheth, that they will actually enter into the land of Shem. And I think this is a very important thing to note. I'm going to bring up the scripture real quick. It says, actually, let me go right here. Actually, it says, "May." That's actually a little bit in the Hebrew. Give me a second. Sorry about that. So it says right here, should have this already ready. I have it in so many different spots. I'm trying to find the right one. But basically, the scripture that I'm about to pull up says that Japheth shall enlargeth and dwell in the tents of Shem. Japheth will enlargeth and dwell in tents of Shem. I'm just going to go back here. And the reason why that's important
I have that
is
image
because,
for him whenever he's ready.
okay. The reason why
Whenever,
I
my bad. I'm just saying whenever he's ready. I don't know where you guys are at on this
Yeah,
conversation.
go ahead and finish the statement there. You got.
Yeah, so when it comes to Haplogroup
Mhm.
J, I would say that it belongs to Japheth, and it makes sense for it to be in the Middle East because there is scripture that says Japheth will enlargeth and dwell in the tents of Shem. And really, one of the only haplogroups we see in great abundance in the Middle East is J. And J does have a northern origin, migrating from the north into the Middle East, which does fit with the notion of Japheth coming from this part of the world, where it's typically Japheth, and J markers coming down into the Middle East. But we can go to your source.
Well, yeah, they came from the Levant. I mean, the Mesopotamian area, pretty much, or the Assyrian, because the Assyrians would have designated the Assyrians as the haplogroup G, and the Arameans as F, and the Elamites as H, and they're all in the Middle East or the Levant area.
So, who
Or
exactly designates
they
Assyria
were
as G and Elam as H?
me,
And well, you exert
me,
that. Okay, I just want
me.
to make sure.
No, but
Okay,
no. There are people called the Elamo-Dravidians, and the Dravidians do have the Y chromosome. and as well as the gypsies in Europe. But so that's how I was able to designate them as being the Elamite Y chromosome.
Okay, but what about Assyria being G and Elam being F, you said?
Yeah, Aram. The other ones would be Aram, Lud, and Asher. And
Right.
Asher would be the Assyrians, which to me, I just always designated it as G, and it seemed to fit, and I never had to change it. And then the Arameans would be F, but there's actually two Fs on the Simmons Genome Project, Y chromosome thing. There's a F1, there's an F and an F2, and they're totally separate from each other. So I have F, for the time being, I have F as being Aram and F2 as Lud, the Lydians.
Right. And I just want to make sure this is your assertion that Lud is F and Asher is G. This isn't like something that,
It's my designation
okay, just make,
until shown otherwise, until
all right.
until I see otherwise.
So the reason why I have a problem with, let's say, Amram being F is because F, also known as FM89, represents 90% of lineages outside of Africa. So basically, you would kind of be saying that Amram basically birthed 90% of the world's population, but also
There-
Amram will be birthing Ashur because G comes from F, according to the
Yeah, well,
phylogy.
I would disagree with their designation that one comes from the other, because I don't believe Europeans came from Semitic people or came from African people. I believe we all existed all at the same time, because Ham, Shem, and Japheth are the sons of Noah, and then there's the grandsons of Noah. What we're talking about, the haplogroups, are the grandsons of Noah, who we always existed all at the same time. So no one birthed anybody else. And this F, that would be FT. That would be F to T. And I don't agree with that. I don't agree with that designation.
All right, I just want to clarify that you're not agreeing with what the scientists say, but
Right.
you are
Because
basing
they
this
right, because
on
they
your,
what they're saying is that the Semitic people, I mean, came from African people, and the Japhethite people came from Semitic people, which makes no sense at all.
okay. Well, for me, I kind of follow what the scientists say as for F populating 90% of the world's population. But I will tell you this: the way I break up the sons of Noah, because I agree they would have all came about around the same time. But I would say A and B represent Ham, D and E represent Shem, and F represents Japheth. And in that model, everybody can pop up around the same time, and nobody's coming from anybody else. Everybody has their own haplogroup and designation.
Because I do have designations for all the grandsons of, all the sons of Japheth, the grandsons of Noah throughout Europe. Um, like R1A is Ashkenaz, R1B is Riphath, R2 is Togarma, T is Javan, L is Tiraz, M, N is Magog, Meshach, N is Meshach, O is Magog, and K is Tubal, and Q is Madai, because Madai was in the area of the Medes, but Madai was also in Europe, and Q is in Northern Europe, and K is Tubal, who settled in Italy, and 8% of the Italian population in the middle of Italy is still K, and the rest of the people are from outside, from other places. So it does fit together pretty well as far as the other grandsons of Noah.
All right, so I guess I would kind of like to visually see your model with these different haplogroups lining up to different uh, sons of Noah. But like I said, I kind of go with well, let's actually see what you have. Let because we should see what you got.
That's what he requested. It's on the stream.
Right, right. That's it. Yeah. So you can see on the nodes there, the A through E is pretty much on its own. So that's why I designated A through E as being Hamitic, and plus the C, it would be Nimrod. Nimrod is the son of Cush, and Cush, of course, is the son of Ham. And then I don't know if you can see there, there's an F and then there's an F2 there, completely separate from each other. And then the J and the I's are on the same tree. And then you have all the Japhethites, the R1A, the R1B, the R2, the Q, the K, and then the T and the L, and the N and the O's. So the N is Meshach, the O is Magog, the L and the T are the Greek people, the K, the M and the S would be Tubal, and that's all. That's the 7 sons of Japheth right there. I mean, 7 sons. Yeah, 7 sons of Japheth.
All right. So basically, just want to clarify: haplogroup A, B, E, including E1B1A and E1B1B, C and D are all Ham. I want to clarify.
Yeah, yeah, they're all on one tree.
Okay. Where would you say Ham populated? I'd like to know that.
First they were, when they were building the Tower of Babel, they were in Mesopotamia. They were in the area of the Ur of the Chaldees, which that's where the Tower of Babel was. But then when in the days of Peleg, which I believe the continents broke apart, everybody isolated into family groups and started speaking their own languages, and that's when they separated. That's when some of the, at least half the sons of Ham moved to Africa,
All
which
right.
would be Put, Mitzrayim, and Cush went
All
to
right.
Africa. And Canaan, of course, we know where Canaan is in the Levant.
All right. So the sons of Ham went to Africa, correct? I just want to.
Yeah.
Okay. Which haplogroups represents the 4 sons of Ham? I'd like to know that.
I don't have it in front of me right now unless I open my computer. I'll just tell you when I get to it. Let me see. But there are the North Africans would be Put. Mitzrayim would be I think M78 or something. Hold on a second. Let me see. It might take a while.
All right, so we can't have any dead air here.
Oh yeah.
No dead air.
So yeah, so all the sons of Ham are in Africa. Haplogroup A, B, E, C, and D are from Ham. They're all Hamites living in Africa. The issue that I have with this is the fact that we don't really find haplogroup C or D in Africa. Haplogroup
Right.
C and D are outside of Africa, but you said that the Hamites are in Africa, so I don't really see how that works.
Yeah, because Nimrod was the king of Mesopotamia. He didn't go anywhere, nor his sons. He and his household, which is called the household of Nimrod, remained in Mesopotamia because he was king basically of the whole world when everybody spread out. So he remained in Mesopotamia. He was basically the king of Assyria and Mesopotamia, such like that.
Do you know where haplogroup C is heavily populated today, though? Because it's among highest in Asian peoples like Mongolians, but also in Australian peoples.
Yeah, and also in American people too.
Right.
American. So, and that makes sense too, because for one thing, the D is the Andamanese, the the Tibetans, and the Jomons, and the Ainus, and the northern Japanese. So that fits in pretty well because they would be descendants of Kush. And the C goes all the way into the Americas, and the Olmec statues have like almost like Polynesian features, and that would make sense because they would, since they're both C, the Polynesians are C, and the Central Americans at the time were C. That would make sense that they have the same common ancestor, Nimrod, to have the
Okay.
same kind of features.
Okay. But you do know that the reason why I would kind of have issue with this model and science would as well, because when it comes to haplogroup CF, you know, F is the father of haplogroup C. CF is also the other name for the designation of 90% of the world's haplogroups. So CF being the father of C and F kind of makes it hard for C to be Ham. Like
Um,
that's CF is the father of C and F.
But that's according to their worldview, is the out of Africa worldview, and I don't think we believe in the out of Africa worldview to to make that. So they're saying that all the other Europeans and everything came from Africans, and we don't believe that. We believe that the Africans are Hamitic, the the Semites are Semitic or from Shem, and the Japhethites are from Japheth.
Well, it's not really that Europeans come from Africans, because European, you do know the genetic makeup of the Proto-Indo-Europeans, right? Proto-Indo-Europeans are genetically a makeup of Caucasus hunter-gatherers, Eastern European hunter-gatherers that mixed to create the Yamnaya culture, Proto-Indo-Europeans in modern-day Ukraine or north of the Caucasus. And then they spread all throughout Eurasia. And when they spread into Europe, they mixed with Paleo Europeans as well as Anatolian farmers. So modern day Europeans are like an amalgam of three different ancient human populations.
Well, it's interesting as well that the early Europeans they said they were dark skinned, and I never really understood that until I realized that a lot of the people that they're digging up have the CY chromosome from Nimrod, which would make sense because the Assyrians went into Europe, and that would be the reason for the CY chromosome and the darker complexion of the Europeans early on.
Well, Chatterman, that famous dark skinned man we found in
Cheddar, yeah, the
yeah,
Cheddar Man, yeah.
yeah. His haplogroup was I, right? He had haplogroup I and he was dark skinned.
Well, yeah, that's possible. Well, it's possible because he's Mediterranean too, for that matter. But
Okay. So when it comes to haplogroup DE, the reason why it really can't like be the brother, I guess you say, of A and B and C is because haplogroup D and E have a very, very specific gene, and it's called YAP. Haplogroups D and E are YAP positive, and only people with haplogroup D and E have this very specific YAP gene, this YAP positive gene, which means nobody else in the world, whether they're A marker or B marker or C marker, etc., can carry this gene. And this is why genetically it kind of makes it impossible for haplogroup D and E to be related, or should I say, to be the brother of A and B and C in this hermetic chart that you have. D and E have a very specific mutation. They can't really be related like that to those haplogroups that you said. YAP is very important.
Well,
Are you
yeah,
familiar with
I'm
YAP
not.
first
I'm
of all?
not familiar. I'm not familiar with that. That what you're talking about.
Okay.
But like I said, I grouped them according to the Thousands Genome Project, which had the A through E on the same tree.
Right. So I'm going to pull up the phylogenetic tree real quick because the Genome Project is still technically using the phylogenetic tree, but all it's doing is that it kind of made it into just another different way of looking at it. So I'm about to share my screen really quick here.
Yeah, I think they call it an unanchored thing, unanchored tree or whatever they call it.
Yeah. So here I'm going to try to make this bigger. Actually, give me a quick second. Give me just one quick second. I'm gonna blow up that image that I have. I need to copy and paste it from this website. Paste. And boom, there we go. All right, so here's the phylogenetic tree. This is just one example, but there are many others. So haplogroup A and B, as we can see, they're together. They represent a very common stock, I would say. And then you get to C, and then you get to DE. And as you can see with DE, here's D in purple, here's E in blue. DE has this gene, this very, very specific gene. And I advise that when you get the chance, you look into it. But this gene is called YAP. And this makes them pretty distinct among all other male human populations. This YAP gene pretty much makes them all only D and E related closely together. And anything that's outside of it, such as C, A, and B, as well as F on down, they can't be these peoples. Um, so that's why I would say if you were to make a new chart, I advise that make multiple models when it comes to the breakdown of the descendants of Shem, Ham, and Japheth, and try to have a separate model only for D and E because of this YAP gene. This gene is very important. Only D and E is YAP positive. Everybody else is YAP negative. So here is F. Now, what's interesting about F, and this is why I posit that F is the lineage of Japheth, is because all these haplogroups H, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, O, P, Q, R, all of these haplogroups come from F. They all share that father. So I would, say that it makes the most sense for F to represent Japheth, and this wouldn't mean that Europeans come from Africans. With F being the father of Japheth, this would still mean Europeans come from Eurasian peoples. With
But
DE being distinct, it will originate in the Middle East, and then with AB, it will come from African peoples.
but you realize that the farther back you go, the more similar the Y chromosome is, and so these designations of as one coming from the other really don't make sense when you understand that Shem, Ham, and Japheth had the same Y chromosome, and it differentiated from in their individual lineages, their descendants.
Well, I actually follow a model by Dr. Nathaniel Jansen. He's a creationist scientist from Answers in Genesis. I
Yeah,
think you might like him as well. But
yeah, yeah.
he
I'm familiar. Yeah,
okay. Well, he actually says that Shem, Ham, and Japheth would represent three ancestral nodes, and I would say that from those three ancestral nodes, A and B will come from Ham, D and E will come from Shem, and F will come from Japheth. So that's the way I would designate things.
But he has kind of the same thing as the Simmons Genome Project, though, from what from what I understand.
I can't remember what his exactly looked like, but I was just kind of giving you the one of my models that I had. But the phylogenetic tree, and the fact that D and E have this YAP positive gene, you can't really make A and B and C related to it. I would just advise to shake things up a little bit, make various models, try to create a model for D and E to be separate. That's why I can only see D and E being Shem, because it's
Yeah,
very interesting how they have this very specific gene. It almost makes them like
I'm
this.
looking for I'm looking for my designations. What I designated put Mitzrayim and Cush as. Actually, the easier ones are put Mitzrayim and Canaan are the easier ones to designate as individual trees. It's the descendants of Cush that are kind of splintered off and hard to connect up together, especially considering that um, D D and E never really went to Africa. They're kind of like separate from Africa, but they're both from Kush. I mean D and C, and because Kush would be E too probably. So if I can find my thing, I have to find my designations here.
All right. While you find that, I guess we can't have open air. But yeah, I'm just showing you another image of the phylogenetic tree. Again, DE is its own thing. I think that's very interesting how it's sort of it's basically in between Africa and Eurasia. And then you got CF representing all haplogroups of Eurasians. Because again, C and F descends from CF. So that's why, according to the science, it has to be related. It's kind of hard to separate it like that. And
So,
so
well, is it C and F or C and F? You're
right here,
saying C and F is related,
yeah, C and F. It's the father of
and
C and F.
and
See right here.
D and E have to be together. So
Yes.
that explains the difference between the C and the D, I guess.
Yes, exactly. There is a difference between C and D. Yes.
Which so that probably it's another son of Cush because are you talking about autosomal information? Because I
No,
don't
no,
think
we're
they
talking about
had the same. I don't think all the sons of Cush had the same mother. Or I mean, I have to double check on that. But if they didn't have the same mother, then that would mean they would have different. They would be have different autosomal information.
well, yeah, I'm not talking about autosomal. I'm still talking about Y-DNA. But my question, I guess, is what time period do you put all these people? Like, where do you put Shem, Ham, and Japheth and their sons?
It would be when they got off the ark, basically, is about the 5,000 years or less or whatever.
Oh, so we're going with a 6,000 year Earth.
Yeah,
Okay.
absolutely, yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So with my model of a 6,000 year Earth, I would still say A and B is Ham, D and E is Shem, and CF is Japheth. And if we're going with a 6,000 year Earth, then we kind of absolutely have to have A and B as Ham, because Paleo Africans are A and B markers. They were some of the oldest people in Africa. But
But see that doesn't make sense to me. The C and F being one line and the D and the E being another line. That doesn't make sense. I I mean I guess it does as far as you're concerned, but because they're both on the same tree. The Y chromosome tree.
Right, because everything splits and mutates. Because I'm just following what the scientists say with the phylogenetic tree.
Trying to find where I can find my comments here. Yeah, I think at least I understand more of what your position is and what you're looking at.
Yeah, yeah, that was the main reason for this discussion. So people have more of a understanding of my position. Because I notice I'm getting new people watching my show, and some people are confused by what I'm saying. So it's good to get some clarity.
Yeah, so I believe that C and the D were brothers, or yeah, apparently, probably from what the information you've given to me now, that they were probably brothers and not because the D wouldn't be a son of C.
Yeah, D does not come from C, correct. And when I
Right.
say brothers, for me, I would say that brother would be the difference would be Shem and Japheth. Like I said, CF would be Japheth, DE would be Shem. And that's how I recognize them as brothers.
Yeah, but I would think that well, the C and the D both came from E, but that
Wait, you can repeat that one more time? I didn't quite hear that.
the C and the D have E as their Kush as their father.
Um, s- I didn't quite get that. So you're saying that E is the father of D
Yeah.
and C?
So what I'm saying, the Andamanese with the DY chromosome,
Uh-huh.
their father is Kush, I believe, and the Australians with the C4, their father is Kush.
Okay. And so now let's deal with Kush, I suppose. So when it comes to Kush, well, I guess I should touch on the first thing you said. D doesn't come from E, and C doesn't come from E. Again, the YAP positive gene, C can't come from E, and D and E are brothers. Let me push it right here. D and E are they're here it is. Haplogroup DE is a human Y chromosome DNA haplogroup, and so they're both together. D cannot come from E, and E cannot come from D, and they have the YAP gene, which is right here. You can read it when you get a chance, but they have this YAP gene. Polymorphism. I may have pronounced it a bit wrong, but anyways. Um, so yeah, C can't come from D, and D can't come from E. It says right here, actually, all Y chromosomes that belong to other haplogroups and subclades are YAP negative, and that's what I was saying earlier. Whereas, hint, all chromosomes belonging to DE, and their subclades are YAP positive. All Y chromosomes that belong to other haplogroups and subclades are YAP negative. That's why I say haplogroup D and E are very distinct in the human um, spectrum of things. So yeah, D can't come from E, E can't come from D. They're both pretty much the same. And C can't come from DE because C is YAP negative, whereas DE is YAP positive. Also, one thing I want to say real quick is that when it comes to Kush, I always recognize Kush as being the kingdom of Kush, and the kingdom of Kush is in modern day northern Sudan and southern Egypt. And this is why I say that the A and B markers are Kushites. The kingdom of Kush was an ancient kingdom in Nubia created along the Nile Valley in what is now northern Sudan and southern Egypt. That's why I also have a bit of an issue of haplogroup C being Kush because C is Mongolian people and it's Australian people, which aren't in Sudan.
Yeah, the C never went to Africa, as far as I can tell.
Agreed. Yeah, I agree.
But Nimrod is the son of Cush. Nimrod, um, he's the only Hamitic person in the East.
Yeah. So I guess I have a question. Are you kind of using phenotype to designate both these haplogroups and these sons and grandsons of Noah? So basically, Cush would basically represent all, like, dark skinned people on the planet.
Well, yeah, the Cush does represent dark-skinned people, but um, uh, Nimrod, I mean, Nimrod had his kingdom. He never went to Africa. There was a house of Nimrod. Since he was king of the world, there'd be a house of Nimrod, the same as there's a house of David. In other words, David had many children. Nimrod had many children, and
Um,
uh, and the only Hamitic Y chromosome in the East that never went to Africa is C, except for D. D
and
is more to the south.
and I just want to clarify, it's you saying that C is Hermetic, correct? It's not like scientists, but it's you.
Well, yeah, with the thing you were saying that the C and the F is separate from the D and the E, which is a little bit confusing because the C comes before D, and so you have to be pretty sure about that because the fact that C is before comes from before D, and then C is before E as well, which is basically all of Africa's E, including you know put Berbers are M81, the Mitzrayim would be what M78 or something, which is what I'm trying to find.
All right. So when it comes to, let me just show you this. When it comes to these haplogroups, the reason why I say C can't come from DE is because of this. Basically, consider this as I guess Noah or whatever. Here's DE. DE is its own thing, as it shows it even again right here. Yap. DE is its very own tree, and then over here you have CF, and from CF will come C and F. And again, this is why C cannot come from D, because DE and CF come from CT. So this is why they're different. They can't really be brothers in that sense. Now, in the biblical sense, you can say DE is Shem and CF is Japheth. You can say that, but D doesn't come from C. Like, here's another visualization.
Right. Well, I'm not trying to say that D came from C. I'm just saying that Nimrod did have a household of Nimrod in Mesopotamia in the east and spread out to the east. And the only Y chromosome in the area is C. So that's why C would be Nimrod. And he is the son of Cush.
Yes. So when it comes to haplogroup C, here's a pretty good map actually of haplogroup C. Let me back up a little bit. Here's a decent map of haplogroup C. So are you saying that all of these people are Hamites?
Yeah.
That
Yeah.
would include Mongolian peoples.
American Indians. Yeah.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure of that.
Because he was king of the whole world. Nimrod was king of Shinar from the beginning, from the very beginning. He was the great hunter in the Bible before the Lord, and he had many descendants early on. See, it have to be early on, and so that's why there's such a strong representation of Nimrod, is because he was the first king of the world, basically.
All right. So if Nimrod, so Nimrod is a Cushite because Nimrod comes from Cush, right?
Right.
So if Nimrod is a Cushite, wouldn't that mean that Nimrod would have spoke a Cushitic language, correct?
No, not necessarily. He since he remained in Mesopotamia, he would have spoken the Assyrian dialect because he was basically king of Assyria,
So you do
which
know when it comes.
confuses
Oh yeah,
with the Sumerian thing that's what confuses people about the Sumerians. They don't know what race the Sumerians were because of Nimrod being the king over a Semitic population.
so you know.
Sorry to interrupt. Sorry.
No, it's all good. So you know when it comes to the Assyrian language, the Syrian language is an Afro-Asiatic Semitic language, and it comes from ancient Akkadian. So basically, you're saying that Nimrod with haplogroup C would have spoken a Afro-Asiatic Semitic language.
Yeah, he would have spoken the language of the area.
All right. So you know when it comes to haplogroup C though, people with haplogroup C don't speak Afro-Asiatic languages. Most haplogroup C people with haplogroup C, most of them are people such as Australian Aboriginals who speak their own language that isn't Afro-Asiatic, as well as Central Asian peoples like Mongolians and such, and Native American peoples. A lot of people, most haplogroup C individuals don't speak Afro-Asiatic or Semitic languages like Assyrian. Um,
Right. Well, not anymore, no. Because after the death of Nimrod, the house of Nimrod was subdued for a time, and then they spread out to the east and the north and the south.
so I just want to clarify though, you would be saying though that Genghis Khan is a Kushite, right?
Autosomally, I think Genghis Khan had like an O or an N OY chromosome or an N or something, which is
Well, Genghis
but
Khan actually had haplogroup C. I can show you real quick. And he fathered a lot
so
of
it
people.
was. Well, I thought maybe I'm thinking of somebody else, but there's some other test I saw that it was a different than a C. But if it's a C, then yes, he would be a direct descendant of Nimrod.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure of that. I'm trying to see if there's how much deeper we should go in this discussion because I feel like I kind of understand your point and you kind of understand my point. So
Yeah, I have to look into it better. Yeah.
but we've reached an hour and I feel like maybe now we could, unless you have more questions for me, I feel like maybe now we could probably put the link in and let other people ask you questions if that's what you want to do.
Yeah,
um,
okay. But basically, what it is there's a group with the what is the M81s of the Berbers. They belong to a group which would be the North African Phoenician, which is an E3, and then there's the Egyptians, which is something like an M87. That belongs to another group, which would be Mitzrayim, which with a V12 and a V32. But some people designate V32 as Cush, but that's in the same tree as Mitzrayim, so I don't think V32 is Cush. And then there's the Canaanite E3, which is another group altogether, like M830 or something, and that's a totally different group altogether. But there's those three distinct E groups, which are all E, and then the Kush is kind of a little bit more hard harder to define. It's kind of splintered off. I haven't been able to nail it down yet.
What's your thoughts on this, really quick? The biggest and most important Samaritan family, the Cohen family, tradition tribe of Levi, was found to belong to haplogroup E. This article predated the change of the classification of haplogroup E3b1-M78 to E3b1A to M78, and the further subdivision of E3b1A-M78 into 6 subclades based on the research of Crenori. So the biggest, here's the key part that I want you to kind of respond to. The biggest and most important Samaritan family, the Cohen family, tradition tribe of Levi, was found to belong to haplogroup E. So, and here's the paper for it as well. It's called
Yeah.
Reconstruction of Paternity Lineages and Matrilineages of Samaritans and other Israeli populations from Y chromosome and maternal DNA sequence variation. So
Yeah, I saw something on that, and they would have their own priestly group, and they they weren't considered to be Jews by the Jews, and I guess that's why I don't think that they would be descendants of Judah, because the descendants of Judah are basically J2, and the descendants of David are like it'd be a group called M187 or something, 178 or something. I don't know.
all right, so check this out real quick. Because when it comes to Jewish populations, this is actually pretty interesting when it comes to their haplogroup. So scrolling down. Right here, here's the relevant portion. E-M215 and E-M35 are quite common among Afro-Asiatic speakers. The linguistic group and carriers of E-M35 lineages have a high probability to have arisen and dispersed together from the Afro-Asiatic homeland. And of course, we know that Semitic languages are an Afro-Asiatic language. Amongst populations with an Afro-Asiatic speaking history, a significant portion of Jewish male lineages are E-M35. Haplogroup E-M35, which accounts for approximately 18 to 20% of Ashkenazi and 8.6% to 30% of Sephardi Y chromosomes, appears to be one of the major founding lineages of the Jewish people. So
Yeah,
haplogroup E is actually a very significant lineage among Jews.
yeah, of course, because that, I mean, tied to the Samaritans and everything, of course. And Albert Einstein had a E1B1 Y chromosome, but
Right.
which is not a problem. But the majority of the Y chromosomes of the Ashkenazi and Sephardic populations is J2. That's the
Well,
majority.
yeah, the number one highest haplogroup among Jews is J, and then the second is E, and then I think the third is like R or something. But I still posit that E is from what's Shem and is from Abraham. I'm going to show you this one other source real quick. Give me a second here, but this next source is actually going to show just so there's no dead air. I'm just going to be rambling, but this next source actually is very important because it actually shows, excuse me, it shows Jewish people, well, really the specific family. Here, let me just pull it up. Share my screen to shoot.
Yeah, because that's what what confirmed the J2 as being Judaic with me was that it's the majority of the population in both the Sephardic and the Ashkenazi population. And
Right. Oh, my bad.
and J2 goes up the Rhine River. J2 follows the Silk Road into China. So it makes a lot of sense to me that is the Judaic population, from the descendants of Judah.
All right. And so again, this source, is it okay if this comment is, yeah, and you can bring it up when I'm done reading. But so I'm just gonna read this last part one more time and put it all together as to why I believe E is very important. So haplogroup E-M35, which accounts for approximately 18 to 20% of Ashkenazi and 8.6% to 30% of Sephardi Y chromosomes, appears to be one of the major founding lineages of the Jewish population. So haplogroup E is one of the major founding lineages of Jewish population. And then when it comes to the Kohan family, the priestly Kohan lineage from the tribe of Levi, and here's Levi, of course, the genealogy from Levi to Jacob to Isaac to Abraham. The
J
biggest, most important Samaritan family, the Kohan family, tradition tribe of Levi, was found to belong to haplogroup E. So we have Levites who claim it as well. And Levite Samaritans have haplogroup E at 100%, but they have
right.
haplogroup J at actually 0%.
Right, the
And
Samaritan traditional Levites have E, but the Judaic traditional Levites are J1.
well, wait, can you say that one more time?
The Kohen Y chromosome is J1 when they researched the Levites, the Kohen of the Jewish populations of the Sephardic and the Ashkenazi is J1. J1 something or other, you know.
Yeah, but when it comes to the Samaritan family that have the tradition of the tribe of Levi that never left the land, they all have E markers and they don't have any J markers among them. And what's also interesting is that Arabs in Egypt also have very high numbers of haplogroup E and very low numbers of haplogroup J. Also, Arab Palestinians have like 31% of haplogroup E, but only like 9% of J. And Arabs in the Jordan, which would be, Moab, Ammon, have 31% of haplogroup E, but only 9% of haplogroup J. There's a lot of E among Semitic populations.
Of
And
course, of course, that's not a problem because Canaan was right there. It's, a lot of the Jewish population would have the E. Makes sense to have the E. Anybody in the tribe. They also have the G and the T in their populations, and it
right,
doesn't mean that that is the founder lineage because, of course, that the Samaritans were not accepted as being real Jews.
right. But here's the final thing that really set it for me for believing, or here's just another thing. It's not the final thing, but here's another really good source that really strengthens the idea of E being Hebrew is that this is from the paper Y-DNA Research Studies of Rabbinical Lineages and Their Importance to Jewish Genealogy. I'm going to read what's in yellow. The Laura rabbinical lineage has one of the oldest family trees in the world. That's very important. The Laura rabbinical lineage has one of the oldest family trees in the world, claiming to trace back at least to King David. So the Laura rabbinical family has a very old tree that goes back to King David. And it says the predicted haplogroup to which the two peregrine Laura descendants belong is E-M35. The confirmed haplogroup is awaiting the result of a big Y70 test. The previous nomenclature for this haplogroup, E1B1B1, was cited for Laura's descendants of, of, of Rabbi Jerchel Laura, and the 95% probability prediction for the Team RCA It's within 8 generations. And I feel like this is powerful information. So basically, to sum this up, the lower rabbinical family has one of the oldest family trees in the world, and they claim to descend from King David, and they have haplogroup E.
Yeah. Again, I mean, it does. I don't disagree that it doesn't go way back. It does go way back, but it just happens not to be descendant of Judah or any of the other tribes of Israel.
But wouldn't King David descend from Judah? And this
Yeah,
person descends from King David, and they have haplogroup E.
yeah. King David is from the tribe of Judah, and he has his own lineage as well, because there was a household of David that all the descendants of David and King Solomon go back to David. But it wouldn't be an E; it would be a J too from Judah.
Interesting. So, what about this family, though?
Well, there's got to be a problem with the genealogy
Oh,
because the DNA doesn't lie.
interesting. All right. So, but what about this, though? Because that all falls in line with this statement. E-M34 is the main Middle Eastern variety of E1B1B, and it's thought to have arrived with Proto-Semitic, the first Semitic people, in the late Copper to early Bronze Age. Like all the scientists say that haplogroup E is Proto-Semitic; it's the first Semites, which will follow along with the Hebrew.
Well, yeah, if you believe in the out of Africa theory, but I
Well,
don't.
well, couldn't this also work even with a non-African out of theory, even with a young Earth of 6,000 years? Then we have to put all these haplogroups in the Middle East, right?
Yeah, well, I have to look at the information that you gave about the E lineages and the D and the C and everything. I have to look at that carefully,
Okay.
but from what I can tell, the Jewish population is is J and I. The I two would be Dan because Dan settled in Sardinia because there's other evidence. Dan settled in Sardinia and the Danube, and those areas are all almost over half the population is I2.
Haplogroup E actually has a very high concentration in the Balkans as well. I'm about to share my screen again. You shoot haplogroup
Right,
E,
right, because
V13.
because the Greeks had a lot of trade with Ethiopia and everything. So yeah, there is a lot of E in Southern Europe. Yes, absolutely.
But what's interesting about this particular E in the Mediterranean is that this is EV13, and EV13 is nearly completely absent in Ethiopia. EV13 is a very
Yeah,
specific haplogroup only seen in the Mediterranean
yeah.
people, such as
Well,
Italian and Greeks.
that would be Mitzrayim because that's the same as EV12. EV13 is on the European side. EV12 is on the African side. It's the same family tree.
Well, EV12 and 13 are actually from different trees within haplogroup E. They're kind of on.
Well, yeah, there's separate lineages, but they all belong to the same one as V12 and V32. They V and V13. They all come from the same source.
Right, but EV13 is also, or should I say, EV12 is also believed to be one of the lineages of the Akkadians. Excuse me.
It's
The Akkadians
well,
are, yeah.
it's designated as an Egyptian population, but it belongs to a group uh, that is one of the three groups that I've identified as being Puts, Mitzrayim, and Canaan.
Oh, you're saying that you have identified.
Yeah, because they're each their own family tree. So M81 of the Berbers belongs to one tree. V12 of Mitzrayim belongs to or it's not just it's the Mitzrayim family tree. V12 is another tree, and the I don't know, ZA30 or whatever it is of Canaan is another separate tree. in Arabia and Europe as well, or Levant and Anatolia.
All right. So what if I were to tell you this? Um, when it comes to North Africans, there's actually a very interesting. Well, first let me show you. All right. So are you? I'm pretty sure you're aware of the Moabites, correct? Of the scriptures, the Moabites.
Yeah, they're descendants of Lot.
Yes, Moab
Moab.
descended from Lot. Yes.
Yeah.
So what's interesting about them is that there's actually a North African people with a very similar name called Moabites. Are you familiar with the Moabites?
No, but they could be some kind of relationship.
Right. I agree with that. Here is the Moabite people. Again, this isn't Moabite, but this is Mozabite. But the Moabites actually do claim, and various Jewish people and Arabians actually do believe that they descend from Moab. The Moabites are a a Berber ethnic group that inhabit Moaz. I'm not saying Moab. I'm saying Moaz. So even the name is very similar.
Yeah.
Natural region in northern Sahara in Algeria. Now, guess what haplogroup that these Moabites have who claim to descend from Moab? What haplogroup do they have at the highest percentage? Guess. Is it E or is
Um,
it J?
it's probably E, but you have to understand that it's not always the highest percentage group in the area of that is the original population. Like I gave the example of Italy, it's only 8% K, which would be Tubal, and everybody else is from the outside. But it would have to be. I mean, if there are anybody left, because sometimes the Y chromosome, the original Y chromosome, which would be from Israel, wouldn't wouldn't have survived. I mean, there are cases of that because there was one group that went to the Philippines. The Y chromosome didn't survive, but the Middle Eastern Semitic maternal haplogroup is throughout Southern Asia, all the way even to America.
Right. Okay. So two things, but first, yes, haplogroup E is seen highest among the Moabites, or Moabites haplogroup. It says Moabite people are characterized by a very high level of North African haplogroups, E-M81 at 86%, and it shows it down here in the chart. So yeah, these Moabite people have a very high percentage of E. Again, this is why I would say that
But
the Israelites would have had E, and that
that's a
other
specific that's a specific E family tree. M81 belongs to a specific E3 tree, and there's three of the E3 trees, which is Put, Mitzrayim, and Canaan.
right. But I'm talking about from my model and going off what their oral history says that E being that these Moabite peoples who descend from Moab have a very high percentage of E.
of of E, right?
Yes.
Yeah, and specifically E M81, right?
Yes.
Yeah, which is the Berber family tree, which is bigger than the M81. It's a bigger tree, but it's separate from the V12 of Egypt and the Z830 of Canaan. There's three separate trees.
Agreed. Yeah. There's various different branches within haplogroup E as a whole. Yeah, I agree with that.
Well, those are the designations that I believe are the three sons of Ham, plus Cush, which I haven't been able to nail down very well yet because, you know, I'm just starting to look at it, but I have to. What you said, what you pointed out is interesting. I need to look at that a little bit more between the C and the D.
Yeah. Yeah, no problem, man. But from what I hear, you are making most of the sons of Ham E. I think you said Mizraim is E, Punt is E, and Canaan is E. Do I have that correct?
Yeah,
Um,
yeah. Canaan is E, Mitzrayim is E, and the Berber tree is E.
all
They're all
right.
E3. They're all E3s. I don't know about Cush. I'm not sure if Cush is E3 as well, but it could be maybe E3, E2 or something. I don't know.
Okay. So if Mizraim, Canaan, and Punt are all E markers, then how is A and B, C and D also from Ham? How are all them Hamites as well? If
Well,
most of
because
them is E.
it's the same tree, but when they started testing DNA, they started out in West Africa basically, and they gave the longest with genetic distances. They they designated the people with the greatest genetic distance, or they call it diversity sometimes, which is basically the more mutations in the lineage is genetic distance. So they named the longest one A, and then they found somebody else. They named it A0. Then they found somebody else and named it A00. And I think they even went as far as A000 three times zero. But so they have this idea, this out of Africa idea, and they started with people in West Africa looking for the A, and then they just named all the rest A, B, C, D, and E. And they didn't even look at the major populations of Egypt or North Africa or anything. They started out like in West Africa with people with the longest genetic distance, which is people with the most mutations.
Well, actually, it's a bit the other way around. So at first, when people were doing this uh, genetic research, they first started off using numbers. All these haplogroups start off with numbers. For instance, you had E group, you had group 3, group 7, stuff like that. That's what the original haplogroups were until they started giving them letters. And really, the most, the continent with the biggest genetic research at the moment is actually Europe and Eurasia. Scientists typically have tested more European populations than they have African populations, and there's various papers on the fact that people actually need to start testing more sub-Saharan African populations because it's actually the least searched place so far on the planet. So
Yeah, that could be true, um, because the Europeans. But you might agree with me that everybody's lineage is basically the same age. It might not be the same genetic distance, but it's basically the same exact same age because we all came from Adam, Noah, and Shem, Ham, and Japheth. So it can't be any older. My lineage can't be older than yours. Yours can't be older than mine. You would agree, right?
yeah, I agree with that. I go with Dr. Nathaniel's model. 3 ancestral nodes. Everybody came around the same time. Yeah.
But with this genetic distance chart, uh, not Nathaniel Jensen's, Nathaniel Jensen points out that genetic distance isn't age, but the way the secular world looks at it is that one lineage is older than another, but which doesn't make sense to me that the more mutations in the lineage doesn't mean it's older. It just means there's more maybe more generations or more genetic uh, mistakes or something, but it doesn't mean that the lineage is the oldest. There is no oldest lineage. It's just one of my pet peeves. There is no oldest lineage of mankind. It doesn't exist. I mean, because everybody's the same age.
Yeah, yeah, I feel you. I understand that. But I guess now we've reached an hour, close to an
Yeah,
hour and 30 minutes.
yeah. I'm comfortable. I'm good enough. You know. Oh yeah, yeah. If somebody wants to ask questions.
Yeah, if anybody wants to jump on the link on the live, Maybe you can put the link in again, Shub, if you want. If anybody wants to join.
The link is in there. But I also want to share with Jungle Jargon something about the star phylogeny from the Simmons Genome Diversity Project. If you read this correctly, what Avery showed you about C and F being brothers, if you look at this star phylogeny, it shows you the same thing. So let me see if I can just get over here with my mouse and enlarge. So right here, you see F. This would be where C and F branches off. This branches off. So this is the father of F and C. It branches off here and becomes the different C lineages, the C variants. And it branches off here. It becomes all of the children of F and all the descendants of F. So the F1 lineage, F2 lineage, the G lineage, the HIJK. It becomes its own unique cluster here because this is the descendants of all FM89. But they share a common ancestor here. That's what this node is. This the node where the lines converge. That's the node where it branches off. It branches off as C and F. So they are, even in this pictograph you have here, it shows you that C and F are directly related and they branch off as C and then the FM89 lineages.
It looks to me like C is separate, but like I said, when you go back that far, it's really the same Y chromosome because Shem, Ham, and Japheth had the same Y chromosome.
I agree with you. I agree that all humans go back to one male. I agree. And that's what this is actually ultimately showing. But what you have to pay attention to with star phylogeny is where the lines converge, right? So when you look at this, the lines converge in the middle, right? Follow the C, follow the line all the way down to where the baseline is and see where it converges. So this line converges here and it splits off to the middle of the F lineages and it becomes all of these lineages from GHIJK onward, showing you that these guys are closely related. Same thing with the D and the E. The D and the E lineages converge on the tree together, showing you that they go back to a common ancestor known as DE, which is where they get their distinct YAP marker from.
Yeah, but I'm seeing a gap between I'm seeing a gap between the Hamitic family tree and the Japhethite and the Semitic tree for some reason. I don't think like Avery said, there's not enough genetic testing or information on the Hamitic family tree to fill in the gap there. So I think there's a gap between, which is the Hamitic tree should connect there too as well, but there's a gap there.
Well, the A and B lineage is going back and connecting with what we know as BT. So that's where those lines converge. They converge with BT, and then it goes back into the ancestral node that splits into everything else, which will be called CT. So you have to know the phylogenetic tree to understand what we're looking at here with the star phylogeny. But basically, where all of the lines converge, that's an ancestor.
Yeah.
So
well, yeah,
if you see where D and E converges, you see all the E lineages, right? If you trace those lines to where they converge, that's the ancestor for D and E. That's what a node is, right? So that's a node branching out to be D and E. Then if you follow this line here again, you see D, this will be D and E split into the D and E subclades. You follow this line here, you see C, you follow the line down, and then it splits into F.
Yeah, so where they connect would be the same Y chromosome, and where each different D and C is a different descendant population.
Right.
But
So,
it's basically all going to connect at the same place to Noah.
Which I agree. I agree. We all go back to a common male ancestor, and I believe that's Noah. Right.
But all those, divisions of CT and FT and all that. Those are secular ideas or worldviews with the out of Africa, meaning that everybody else is descended from Africans.
I
That's
understand that, but what I'm just addressing is the phylogeny itself and the tree itself. I'm not talking about whether or not if it's talking about out of Africa. The tree is just showing human relateness and genetic relateness and what populations cluster with each other or who are more related with each other. So I am more related to an Ainu, a man in Japan that come from the Ainu because they have haplogroup D. There's someone that's
Haplogroup G.
yeah, a Georgian, like a Georgian. Yeah, a Georgian most likely is not going to be related to me. I will cluster closer to an Ainu on my paternal clade. Yeah,
in the paternal line. In the
yes.
paternal line, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Because there's all kinds of autosomal mixing going on. But if you're talking about just specifically the paternal line passed down from father to son.
Right. So that's basically what we're looking at when we're looking at phylogeny. We're looking at what groups share the common patriline on the Y DNA side, and we're looking at what group is sharing the common mitochondrial DNA on the matriline. Right.
Yeah.
That's how we build out these trees.
Yeah, those are the only trees that can go all the way back to the source, to the beginning.
Mm-hmm.
Basically, I mean, without error, without making mistakes.
Right. We have our sister Sweeting on the panel. Welcome to the panel, sister.
Well, actually, it's a brother.
Oh, I thought you was a sister, man.
Well, maybe that's why you were so kind to me, but otherwise, I'm a brother living here in Germany.
No, it was another Somali sister from Europe. I thought that was you. I'm so sorry.
I'm actually in Europe. Yes, I'm in Europe. I'm in Germany, but I'm a brother.
Okay, all right. Change your
I
name.
have a couple of questions for Mr. Jungle. Just 2.5 questions. Question number 1, yes or no answer, please. Do you believe that the different tribes of Israel can have different haplogroups, such as J for Judah and I for Dan? Yes or no?
Yes.
All right. Then the next question, do you believe that the black skin and thick lips are a direct result of the curse of Noah?
No.
Yes or no?
No. It was
The reason you see me, the reason you see me asking these questions is because your explanations are leaning very heavily on the Babylonic Talmud. Do you get lots of guidance from there for your models?
No, I'm not Jewish. I'm not Hasidic or anything like that.
All right. I guess for the first question, I'll let my two brothers, Genesis 49er and the other brother that presented, explain to you that this is an impossibility. You cannot have different tribes having different haplogroups. In fact, even Ishmael will have the same haplogroup as the children of Israel. Brothers, please teach him.
No, I agree.
I exit.
I agree. I agree that because the tribe of Aaron is J1, and that's normally an Arabic designation, but it's also Israel because Levi is descended from Israel.
But he's saying like you can't have one man produce multiple haplogroups. For instance, so if you have a population like let's use you. Jungle Jargon has a child. Jungle Jargon's child is going to be J. I forget your haplogroup. That's just J. I. Yeah, will have haplogroup I. But then you have another
I1.
child. Your next
Yeah.
child is going to have haplogroup I. Then they have children. Their children are going to have haplogroup I. And they can only produce downstream markers from haplogroup I. So you can't have one man produce children that have different haplogroups. Does that
Except
make sense?
you're forgetting something. The farther back you go, the more different designations are given, because obviously Ham had many haplogroups, Shem had many haplogroups, and Japheth had many haplogroups. Japheth
Mhm.
being the largest number because he had 7 sons, Shem had 5 sons, and Ham had 4 sons.
I understand that. Yeah. So the Ham, Shem, and Japheth, if they represent all the populations on the earth, later on through time, through bottlenecking, through rapid radiation, they will create, they will create all the haplogroups. The problem
Well,
is we're talking about, hold on. The problem is we're talking about Jacob. What will be his haplogroup? You have to determine that. And then his children will have to have a copy of his Y chromosome. If Jacob's J1, all his children will have to be J1. His children can't be J2 and J1.
no, it's just a designation. It's just a different designation for different branches of the same family tree. And if you look carefully at the Simmons Genome Project, you'll notice that I is connected to J.
It is.
Yeah. But the original ancestors are Pachad or Arphaxad. And his descendants are both I and J.
I don't agree that our facts is IJ, but I understand what you're saying.
And Gomer is the basically the progenitor of Europeans. He had 3 sons, Ashkenaz, Ribfath, and Togarma. And those different designations are seen as R1A, R1B, and R2, his sons, which are
Okay.
different. Each one is a separate lineage. Each one is a separate family tree.
You
So
said
it always,
R1A and R1B is Shem? Is that what you're saying? The
no, no,
Shemites?
no. The Japheth had a son named Gomer. Gomer had 3 sons. One was Ashkenaz, one was Ribfath, and the other was Togarma. R1A is Ashkenaz, R1B is Ribfath, and R2 is Togarma.
Okay. Here's the problem with that. The problem is R1A, R1B share a common male ancestor with IJ. You're saying IJ is Shem, but R1A and R1B are not. They will all have to be Shem because they all share a common male ancestor in
But
IJK, IJHK. Yeah. They will all have to be
IJ,
Shem.
IJHK, but you're going way back to the origin, which is the same Y chromosome, instead of looking at the descendant populations, I think.
Okay. So let me ask you this. What haplogroup are you striving to Shem? Which haplogroup are you attributing to Shem? Let's start there.
Shem,
Yes.
Shem is F, G, H, I, and J. And
Okay.
of course, E is Elam, G is Assyria or Asher, and A is Aram, and of course there's Lud too, which is F2 would be Lud, because they're 2 separate trees. Is F and the F2 are 2 separate trees. It's just a label. That's all it is. It's just it's a name that they give to a specific line of, it really doesn't mean anything of itself. Like J doesn't mean Judah and I doesn't mean Israel. It's just a letter designation.
Okay. So what I got from that is that you designate F
F,
as
yeah,
Shem.
F through J. F, G, H, I, and J are from Shem, yeah. It would
Okay.
be Aram, Lud, Asher, Elam, and Arphaxad.
All right. So and I'm trying to pull this document up here real quick so I can visually show you this. So that would mean R1A. You would have to say R1A and R1B would be Shem according to your model because they all share a common ancestor.
No, because Japheth is K element OPQ S and T.
Yeah, but where does K come from? HIJK.
They all come from Noah. Shem, Ham, and Japheth came from Noah.
Okay, let me show you visually so we can so I can give you a visual aid.
But you're switching back and forth between the biblical model and the secular model is what you're doing, I think.
No, I'm using because you're using haplogroups. Haplogroups show you what people are related to who on the paternal line if we're dealing with Y DNA, and they tell you if they have a common male ancestor. That's what it shows. So when I'm about to do linguistics, I see you. Give me a minute. Let me show him this real quick, and I'm gonna let you up.
Right. The common ancestor of I and J in is Arpachshad, but that includes Hebrews, that includes Arabic, that
Mhm.
includes Moabites, and Edomites, and everything.
Can you see my screen?
Not very well. I can't read it because I got my glasses on. I got my lenses on. I can't see close.
All right, so
Go
this is
ahead.
pretty much phylogenetic tree right here, broken down in this source. This is Ethno-Linguistic Prehistory by George L. von Thryme. And he pretty much breaks down the haplotree. So the paternal lineage F splits into subclades G and HIJK, right? So that means all of the markers that have HIJK and G descend from F. They descend from the same male ancestor, right? Or the same cluster of males that existed in times past. The paternal clade HIJK split into H and IJK, right? So IJK and H share a common male ancestor, IJK, which comes from haplogroup F. So
Yeah, I
paternal
have a
clade.
question. I have a
Hold on.
question with that.
Okay, let
Go
me
ahead.
finish
Oh.
because it's going to show that you either have to say all of them share the same. They all have to be Shem, or they all have to have the same common male ancestor. You can't parse it. That's what I'm trying to get at. So it says paternal clade IJK split into IJ and K. Y chromosome haplogroup IJ gave rise to I and J. The clade K split into K1, also known as LT. Clade LT split further into L. And then K2 gave rise to K2A, K2B, K2C, K2D, and K2E. So all of these lineages will go back to FM89. They all share a common male ancestor. There's no way to parse these.
Well,
Uh,
that's what I was trying to explain before. The farther back you go, the more the Y chromosome is the same Y chromosome with no mutations, because Shem, Ham, and Japheth had the same Y chromosome from their father, and to be splitting up all those groups that far back to me is not, you can't determine that, but that's based on a worldview, an out of Africa worldview, where those designations are given, meaning that the Semitic people came from the African people, the Europeans came from the Semitic people, which is wrong.
okay, I got you, but I'm just going off phylogeny here.
Right, but that's what that phylogeny, those phylogeny trees, that's how they're based on the out of Africa idea. And we know that people went into Africa. They didn't come out of Africa. They went into Africa
Got
from.
you. But this is based off of the fact that when you have a child, your child receives a copy of your DNA. That's what this is based off of. And you can trace these mutations to see who's genetically similar and who
Right,
descends from a common ancestor. That's what a haplogroup means. A group of
right,
individuals that share a common ancestor.
but it doesn't change in the first generation. There's only a change like between the first and second generations. In other words, I can go back 300 years to a common ancestor of mine, and I have cousins living today that have 2 mutations different from me, 1 and 2 mutations different from me. Or if you go back with the 111 segments, then it's like 5 mutations, 4 or 5.
I got you. But what I'm saying is there's all of these lineages are related and they all go back to one male ancestor. So if you say Shem is F, then you have to include every single downstream marker, every descendant of F as Shem. You can't parse it. So as you can see,
But
K
I'm
from K.
not. That's not my claim, though. That's not my claim because I'm not claiming that F is the progenitor of Eurasians. My
But
claim is that Shem is the progenitor of the Semitic population, which is F through J.
if he is the descendant, if he's the progenitor of F through J, if he's the progenitor of F through J, that would mean he would have to be the progenitor of N, O, Q, R, P.
No,
He would have to be a progenitor of
no.
all of them.
He only had 5 sons. He didn't. Shem did not have the sons of Japheth. He's not the progenitor of the sons of Japheth.
That's what I'm saying. To be logically coherent, you have to say they all, because they all share a common male ancestor. All of them go back to F. You can't get around that. All of them have genetic signatures,
But
that tie back to FM89.
but it's the same. They had Shem, Ham, and Japheth had the same Y chromosome from Noah.
So are you saying Shem, Ham, and Japheth have the FM89 SNP?
No, they had.
No, they don't. You know they don't. They all cannot have the M89 SNP. Everyone that has the FM89 SNP in their genetic sequence is a descendant of a male that had the FM89 SNP originally, which includes haplogroup R, which includes haplogroup Q, P. It includes haplogroup T. They all have the FM89
No,
SNP within their genetic signature.
there's got to be a mistake in there somewhere because there's other confirmations that K is the descendant of Japheth and G is the descendant of Japheth, or R. I mean, not G. R of Gomer is the descendant of Japheth. K of Tubal is descendant of Japheth. The L and the T, the Greek people, which are two separate lines of Javan and Tiraz, they're descendants of Japheth. That's where you have to go if you want to be correct.
Got you. So all of these people, if they're descendants of Japheth, then FM89 would have to be descendants of Japheth because in their genetic signature, in their genome, they have the FM89 SNP, meaning they descended from a man that lived in time past that had the FM89 SNP. I don't have the FM89 SNP. I'm a descendant of an E marker. I don't have that SNP. So that means I don't share that ancestry.
Well, maybe you have something else, but because of
I have
the Hamitic line and the Semitic, I mean,
All right. We're gonna move on. I want you to study the phylogeny. You need to study the phylogeny.
I'll look at this snippings. Yeah.
Let me bring linguistics up. Linguistics, what's going on?
Hello, brothers. I just want to say I agree with the AB Ham model, the DE Shem model, and the F model for Japheth, and it makes a lot of sense. Even if you just go by linguistics, like for instance, a lot of people, I believe this brother, I wasn't here for the whole thing. Does he think the Ethiopians are Hamites?
Wait, did you ask me a question? Oh, my bad.
The Ethiopians, if they're descended from Cush, are descended from Ham. If they're descended from Cush, but Ethiopians have a lot of genetic diversity from outside.
So who are you postulating Ham is?
I would say that the descendants of Ham are A, B, C, D, and E.
You see, that doesn't even make sense. you know, because A and B are on a totally different branch to D and E. Like you've just been shown the phylogenetic tree, and even in terms of linguistics, they're totally different. You know, A and B are usually more of the indigenous hunter-gatherer groups, and you can even see this in areas where you generally would assume like Cushitic speaking people are, like in Ethiopia, for example. In Ethiopia, there are certain tribes, I don't know if it's the Falasha or the Ethiopian Jews, but almost half of them have haplogroup A. And the reason why haplogroup A is there in Ethiopia is because they were the original stock of people. In fact, haplogroup A wasn't just in Ethiopia, it was all the way up in the north, in Morocco, in Egypt. Haplogroup A was pushed downwards because migrants who were carrying haplogroups D and E came into Africa. And these D and E people, they're Shem. The A and B are the indigenous stock of Africa. That's why A and B is found in Nilotics. It's found in like the Hadza, the Sandawe. These people speak like click languages, which are like the oldest languages on earth. So if you're going by a timeline period, A and B are the oldest, their language groups are the oldest, and they were in the region of Africa before anyone else was. You know, people claim that Africa is the land of Ham. Well, if any group or any haplogroup could claim Africa to be indigenous, to be the homeland, would be A and B. So automatically, we've got to assign A and B as Ham.
Well, yeah, I haven't said this earlier, but I totally disregard the languages, because the languages is not the paternal Y chromosome. The paternal Y chromosome is more accurate than the languages. But if you want to know who the Africans are, they would be Put, Mitzrayim, and Cush. And Canaan is in the Levant area, which there is an E3 tree in the Levant area.
If you don't mind me interjecting really quick, but you said that you kind of disregard languages, but you know, people create the language, and of course, haplogroups are people, so that's why haplogroups and language is very good to use simultaneously, because people create languages and people are haplogroups.
In short distances, yeah. For people groups, yeah, but not for tracing the Y chromosome haplogroup all the way through. See, the Y chromosome haplogroup is much more accurate than language groups and people.
Okay, let me interject, brother. The reason why you're not using linguistics is because the linguistics don't favor you. And the reality is,
I wanted to know what the truth. I wanted to know what the paternal ancestors are. I want to know.
Okay, I'll get to the paternal, and I'll link it in with the linguistics, because I'll be honest, the truth, it's never hard to see the truth, you know? It's never hard to see the truth. If we get into the linguistic side of things, haplogroup J markers do not speak majority Semitic languages. And then you went on to say F is Shem. None of them, like I would say maybe 1%, at most 1 to 5% speak Semitic languages. But if you go to DE, specifically haplogroup E, they have the monopoly on the diversity of Afro-Asiatic languages, including Semitic languages. It's not just a case of location or anything like that. There's a genetic factor linked with linguistics, because you need a population that speaks that language moving and migrating in order to spread that language. And these people usually tend to have a specific marker.
You don't think that the proximity of the Semitic people and the Hamitic people, such as Canaan and Israel, had anything to do with the language that they spoke?
Because that all came from haplogroup E. They are the Semitic speakers. They spread Semitic languages. They have the monopoly on the diversity of Semitic and Afro-Asiatic languages. Let me put it this way:
because they're
the
right
oldest. Do you know where they found evidence of the oldest spoken Semitic languages?
I'm concerned with the Y chromosome. I'm not concerned with the
It's
language.
coming to the Y chromosome. Do you know where the oldest Semitic languages are spoken? And why are you ignoring linguistics? The Hebrew Bible, Aramaic, Hebrew, is that not the religion spoken by the Israelites?
Because I don't
How
want to
can you
be,
just
I don't
disregard the
want to be
language?
deceived. I don't be confused or deceived by a language group. I'm not looking for language groups because I was raised in South America, and language groups have nothing to do with the paternal Y chromosome.
It does, because in South America they mostly speak Spanish, and the majority of them have markers from Spain, from those conquistadors and those people that invaded. That's why they speak Spanish. So again, you can't disregard it.
But the indigenous people of South America, they aren't originally from Spain.
Yeah, the indigenous ones, they all have their own languages, but because of this cultural shift where Spanish is like the language of administration, they adopted Spanish. But the indigenous people all have their own languages.
Right,
They've just forgotten it.
but Q and C is not native to Spain, though. The Y chromosome Q and C is not from Spain.
We know that they went over there through the Bering Strait. They went north through like the Russia. I think it's Canada, when that piece of
Right.
water, that body of water was frozen. People develop their own languages. They form their own language isolates that are offshoots. Their language is completely unique to them because they were separated from the rest of humanity for, I believe, I don't know, 10 to 12,000 years, maybe even more.
But you know that language changes very quickly. That we can hardly understand Old English, and over whatever how many generations it is, it's not even the same language anymore.
You're right, the pronunciation changes, but the grammar, the structure is still very similar. That's why they were able to deconstruct the Egyptian language using other
But
languages, using other Afro-Asiatic
but
languages.
it can't determine your paternal ancestry, though.
It doesn't, but it helps solve the mystery.
Well,
If you're relying purely on paternal ancestry, you realize you just can't go on paternal ancestry because there are such thing as geographic isolation. There's such thing as migration. There's such thing as a bottleneck effect. You just said that you believe haplogroup
it
J
doesn't
is.
affect.
Let me finish, brother. You said that you believe haplogroup J is the bloodline of Shem because and the Israelites because it has the highest frequency. You realize frequency does not equal origin.
It does say a lot that the Ashkenazi and the Sephardic, both Sephardic and Ashkenazi populations, which were Judaic, do have the J2Y chromosome as the largest percentage. That does
They also
speak
have
about it.
E. They have a large
Exactly.
amount of E.
Thank you very much, brother. I'll get into that. In fact, E is the most common haplogroup amongst all Jewish populations, and it's either in the
But
first position, the second position, or the third position. J isn't even found in all Jewish populations, whereas
no,
E is found in every single one.
the E is to be expected because of their proximity to Egypt and Canaan. It should be expected. They also have the G and the T.
Okay, then where is the A? Where is the A and the B? Because the A and B is basically Egypt, and Egypt's proximity is right next to Israel. So why aren't these Jews all carrying A and B?
Because the A and the B is more farther removed.
Nope, the A and the B was always further north.
Nah, but it's not in association with the Jewish people. I mean, if you go to North Africa, maybe there's B in the populations, but
Let me get back to the point with regards to, and this is going to lock in the DNA. The oldest evidence of Semitic speaking languages and inscriptions was found in Ebla, Syria, where they spoke either some sort of Akkadian language. I think is it Ebla Light? I can't really pronounce the word.
Yeah,
but,
Ebelite and Kishite and
perfect.
Yeah.
Okay, and the haplogroup that they found there, like the oldest one, is haplogroup E. And everywhere you go along the regions where Semitic languages are spoken, you'll always find E markers, specifically E1B, 1B. You can never find a region where they speak Semitic languages that E is not present.
There is no Y chromosome that's older than another one. They're all the same age.
Who's talking about age? No one's talking about age.
You said they were older. You said the oldest Y chromosome or something
He's
like
They
talking,
that.
were
he's
the
talking about ancient
oldest.
DNA. He's talking about
They
ancient
were the
DNA.
oldest. Thank you very much. They're the oldest ones found there, which dates back to perfectly in line with when Semitic languages were spoken and spreading from the
Well,
Levant into Mesopotamia.
well, the E that's in the Levant area and the Anatolia area in Arabia, that E would be from Canaan. That
You see, that doesn't
E.
make sense because what happens is E, you're right, E is in the land of Canaan first before anyone else. They're the Proto-Semites, but they spread further north. That's why you find E, for example, EM78, all the
But
way in France, all the way in
but
Ukraine. They,
Canaanites aren't Semitic. Canaanites are not Semitic though.
but you have multiple populations that are haplogroup E. Not all of them carry the language.
And the Semitic
Only a
population,
specific branch carried and spread the languages. And those older subclades that moved further north, they adopted languages of other people.
but
But
the
you can't
Semitic,
ignore the fact that E1B1B is heavily associated with the
well, wait a
linguistics of
minute.
those people. In fact, Israelites, they need to have Neolithic Levantine ancestry in order for them to stake a claim
But
to the land.
you
What
seem to
do you know what
indicate,
population is used?
excuse me, you seem to indicate that the Semitic population came from the Hamitic population or the E population, the
But
Canaanite
there
population.
you go. Why are you making it an absolute that E is Ham? I don't believe that. You believe that.
Be, because they belong to the same tree, the Simmons genome tree that we were looking at earlier. The Thousands Genomes Project is one tree that has A, B, C, D, and E on one tree. F, G, H, I, and J are another tree. K, L, M, N, O, P, Q, R, S, and T are on the Japhetic tree.
There are a million different models. That doesn't mean anything. Like these models can change within the next few decades. You can't just base each one as an absolute.
I mean, I'm
This
just
is when
saying
linguistics and
that's
anthropology and
how
archaeogenetics come into place. You need all of these different aspects to piece things together.
Well, that's how I based the division is from the separation, because even on the DNA world map, they have A, B, C, D, E, and then they have F, and then they have F, G, H, I, J, and K. Then they have K, L, M, N, O, P, Q, R, S, and T. But
Okay,
I
let
was
me ask you one thing, brother. So what makes you claim that haplogroup F or specifically J are the Israelites in Shem? Like, what is it? Is it just purely because J is the majority in the Middle East and, like you said, amongst these Jewish
big.
groups?
Well, because for a number of reasons, like I'm only scratching the surface of everything that helped me to decide
You can
which
bullet point. It's
one.
fine. You can just do like bullet points, like quick fire.
Well, I could go into the American Indians that have the Mediterranean DNA, which would be a long time to explain, and a whole lot of things. But one thing you have to understand, the main thing you have to understand that the Israelites are not a single population. They were in the days of King Solomon, they were one population. Israel was Israel. But then after that, the only ones that remained were Judah, while the rest of the tribes went, and Benjamin and Levi stayed with Judah. That's
Okay.
that's the only that is what became known as the Jews, would be the Jewish descendants of Judah, which
And
would be the
who is
descendants of
Judah? Have you
King
got like a
David.
specific subclade or haplogroup for Judah?
The J2 is basically Judah, and the J2 M178 is probably King David, because there's a whole bunch of other subdivisions that are smaller, but the largest group is probably from King David and Solomon.
So you
But
believe basically that they're Caucasian populations and that they came from the Caucasus from the Bronze Age.
well, they moved in. A lot of J2 moved into the Caucasus. They
No,
moved
no,
into.
it's
They
the
moved
reverse
into the.
migration.
They moved into the Baltics. They moved into Europe and Germany, the Rhine River, Italy. There's a lot of J2. J2 went up the Silk Road. There's all the way to China. There's J2. I mean, but
Okay, you realize that J2 would also have to make, because you said they're Judah. If you believe in the Ishmael and the Isaac story, then you've
but
got to believe that, like that. Do you believe the Arabs are Ishmael?
the Ishmael and Isaac is way, way, way before Judah. Judah is one tribe of Israel.
No, no, I agree. But you did say that Judah and I forgot who else you mentioned, but you said they're
What?
both J2. So that would mean that Ishmael has to be J2 as well, right?
No, Ishmael is not Judah.
Do you know how old
Judah,
J2 is?
Judah is one of the sons of Israel. One out of the 12 is J2. That
So
population
you
of
mean to say
Judah
that all the different
became
sons of
they
Israel are
became they
all different
became
haplogroups?
they became known as Jews, the descendants of Judah. When you look at the population of the Jews, Ashkenazi and Sephardic, they have the largest percentage of their Y chromosome is J2. That is what helped me to understand that it's Judah. But the
But J2
J1,
J2
but
is also a Phoenician marker.
Ishmael, for
J2 was already
example,
in Spain.
Ishmael and other Arab tribes that descended from Abraham would be probably J1, and they are mostly J1 anyway. Already, see that's another confirmation is that most Arabs, look at any Arab population, the majority population is J1.
Okay, you know what? You made a good point. So you said Judah is J2, and you said Ishmael is likely J1. Judah is one tribe. What about the other tribes? What would they be?
Well, I know that Levi, the Kohen, are found to be J1 as well. So some of the J1 could be Israel or is Israel, and the rest of Israel, like the tribe of Dan, which is in Sardinia and the Danube, is I2, which is connected the same family tree as J.
And what about the others? So you're just claiming it's just J and I.
Just J. Israel is Israel and Judah, which happens to be J and I. Yes, but J includes Arabic too. It includes all the descendants of Abraham, basically.
And isn't Judah and Israel more closely related to each other?
But actually, um, J1 would also include any Hebrew, Moabite, uh, whatever, Edomite. They're all J
Okay.
because they're all descended from Abraham. J or I.
So basically the northern kingdom is I, the southern kingdom is J.
Yeah, because I moved into Europe, and the Semitic population that's in Europe is I.
You see, that doesn't make sense because the southern and the northern kingdom should be more related closely, so they should share similar subclades. But then you're claiming that the southern kingdom is J2 and the Arabs are J1, which is far more closer than J is to I. So the northern kingdom and Judah, they both should be the same thing. And
Well,
Ishmael shouldn't be closer.
that's just what the designation happens to be of the tribe of Dan, which settled in Sardinia and the Danube, is I too.
And thank you for who's that in the comments? Where is I2 in the Levant? Where is the I2 in the Levant? If they're the
No,
Northern Kingdom.
I too is in the Judaic population as well. There is I2 and I1 in the
But
Judaic
you're
population.
using modern populations, like modern populations assimilate, absorb people. I2 is like an Illyrian marker. It's found in like the Balkans. In general, it's a very, very old European marker. It was in Europe even before the majority of other haplogroups migrated. Like
Well,
it's like
if,
Stone Age.
if you want to go down the rabbit hole, before Israel and Judah separated in the days of King Solomon, they had an alliance with the Phoenicians, and they were traveling all the way to America. That's why the American Indians come back as Mediterranean, and they also have the I1, the I2, the J1, the J2, the E, the T, the G. This is all Mediterranean, and the R1B, and even a B in the
So you're talking
American
about Native Americans having those
Native.
haplogroups.
Yeah, Native
Okay,
American Indians have those haplogroups,
let me
which
quickly interject,
is from the Mediterranean, which is
brother.
from the time before Israel separated from Judah.
But brother, that's the issue. You're using modern populations. These haplogroups are far older. You're using modern native population demographics and haplogroups that can't be interchangeable with what was going on thousands of years ago when Native Americans were isolated there. The Native Americans, I believe, in South America and in North America, they were literally almost wiped out. I don't even know how many of them survived the European diseases. So
No,
the
no,
majority of them don't even carry native haplogroups. They're carrying haplogroups from invaders. I
no,
mean,
but
even 50%,
this is
50% of African
specifically,
Americans carry European lineages.
no, but I'm not talking about them. I'm talking about specifically indigenous populations that are known to be totally indigenous, and they come back when they do a DNA test. They come back as Mediterranean with those markers.
Okay, didn't a Mediterranean group conquer indigenous peoples in South America and North America? Yes or no? Who were the ones that colonized them?
And you have to understand, you have to agree that R1A, R1B is in the indigenous population, as well as T, which is a Greek population. It's all Mediterranean, but it's not from the time. It's not from recent times. It's from way back in the days of King Solomon.
I
And
don't even know what to say.
they have the I1, the I2, the J1, the J2, the E, the B, the T, the R1B, and the G in the indigenous population, original indigenous populations. And they
Um,
come back. They come
Indigenous
back. They
population
do
of where? Where are we
they do a
talking about?
DNA test. They do a DNA test, and it comes back Mediterranean. They saying how can I be Mediterranean? But that's the reason. It goes back to the days of King Solomon and the Phoenicians or sea people.
brother, people get raped. Half of them don't even know their fathers. The mothers have to raise those kids. So those indigenous populations, they were violated. You know, they were violated left, right, and center. A lot of their women were
But
carrying a seed that wasn't even their seed.
but I'm talking about what the evidence is.
Okay, you know how we could di diverse, how we can distinguish between modern haplogroups and what they originally were? You would need ancient DNA. Unfortunately, I haven't looked into the ancient DNA of South and North America. I'm sure the brothers above me probably have, and I can tell you they definitely don't have the haplogroups, the Mediterranean haplogroups that
Well,
Yeah,
you're mentioning.
I
they,
got
they,
it
they
from the studies. I got it from the studies,
jungle
and
jargon.
I can show the chart. I
Yeah,
can
yeah.
show the chart.
Share that because jungle jargon, all of the up to date science says that the ancient peoples of America would have haplogroup Q or C on the paternal side.
Mostly, but not exclusively. They also have mitochondrial maternal line of XA, which is both in America, the copper mines, and
That's true.
and Israel.
Wait, no, that is actually true that they do have
And
mitochondrially X, but
and
paternally, these people, hold on,
no,
paternally,
no,
these
no.
people are
They have the
C.
R1B. They have the
No, they
R1B
don't.
in that
They,
same
they,
area.
they
The
have
R1B.
they have not found R1B. They postulate that R1b was here because they have something called the Solutrean hypothesis, where the Atlantic Ocean froze over and Western Europeans traveled here anciently. That's a hypothesis. There's no evidence to that.
No, the R1b is in American Indian populations.
Today they are. Hold on,
as
listen.
well as the T.
Jungle Jargon. Today they are. We have no evidence of that anciently. There is no ancient DNA or specimens that have been exhumed and sequenced.
But you could look at a map right now, and I guarantee you, if you looked up in the northern parts of where the copper mine was between Canada and the United States, you're going to see the R1b there in the indigenous populations.
This brother mentioned a Mediterranean element, but you know there's an Austronesian element in natives and what do you call that, and South Americans. So why don't you talk about that?
Yeah, I think I did already. The CY chromosome is from Nimrod. His house of Nimrod went north all the way to America, south all the way to Australia, and east all the way through the Pacific. And that's the reason why the Olmec statues look Polynesian, is because they have the same common ancestor, Nimrod, who is the son of Cush.
And they're what haplogroup?
C. It's
so Nimrod is haplogroup C.
C3 is in America, the line C3. C2 is in Polynesia. C4 is in Australia.
And how come we don't find it in Mesopotamia? And how come we don't find it in the...
It is. C went all the way into Europe. That's why they said the first Europeans were dark-skinned, is because the descendants of Nimrod, by way of the Syrians, went into Europe. That's why the ancient populations, you look at the ancient populations of Europe, you're going to see C in Europe, which is dark skin, which would be descendants of Nimrod.
What was Cheddar Man, by the way? Do you guys know what his haplogroup was?
I.
It was I, right? And wasn't he dark skin?
Yeah, because of the autosomally, the older European population was dark skinned because of Nimrod, because of the Assyrians that went into Europe.
No, he had not Assyrian admixture.
Yeah, absolutely.
I don't believe he had any Levantine admixture. I think it was even before the Neolithic farmers even got reached the British Isles.
If he had dark skin, he had to have some kind of. Besides, if he was from the Mediterranean, he probably had dark skin anyways. I mean,
the British Isles isn't the Mediterranean.
I moved into Europe. I moved into Europe from the Mediterranean, and that's how the I got there in Europe, because they were exiled from Israel and they moved into Europe.
You know what would be great? What would be amazing is if we actually had samples from Israel dating to the Iron Age, the exact time period where everything was happening. I don't understand why there's no samples.
I'm pretty sure they do. Which is a good study. It'd be good to study the old, because if it's too old, they can't get the DNA haplogroup. They call it Neanderthal or something, But it's still.
But they found haplogroups and DNA a lot older. Iron Age isn't that far, to be honest. I feel like these people actually know what's going on. They just don't want to. They don't want to create some sort of chaos or havoc when these people's identity gets shattered.
Do you know what your?
I don't mean to cut y'all off real quick, but there's an interesting comment from Jargon Damn West. Do you see that, you shoot? Did you want to put the link in for that guy to come up? And y'all can finish y'all's statement. I just saw that. But y'all can finish.
Do you know what your haplogroup is? Your Y chromosome?
Me?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm EV68.
Oh, you're EV68? Interesting.
Yeah, I'm EV68.
Shalom, what's up, by the way?
Shalom, brother. Although I'm Muslim, I don't really.
Assalamu alaikum.
Alaikum salam.
So I have to keep those haplogroups in mind. Was EV M35, EV6A, something like that.
What are you, by the way, brother?
I'm an I1.
Are you black? Like, are you like African American, or what's your like
No,
ethnic background?
no, it's I1 M253 from all the way from Scandinavia, but I can trace my ancestry to Scotland.
Okay, that's interesting. I haven't come across a lot of eyes in the Americas. That's pretty interesting. They're mostly
Yeah,
R1B, I think.
that's what got me interested in this study is that I'm looking at it and trying to figure out where I came from and stuff.
By the way, are the Illyrians, like, I don't know if you've looked into it too much, the Balkans, are they I1 or I2? I don't know if you've looked into them.
Mostly I2. I mean, yeah, mostly I2 in the Balkans and you know, the
But
other
your
areas.
specific subclade is more Scandinavian.
Yeah, it makes a huge arc from the steppe region all the way to Spain. It makes a huge arc. Yeah.
Okay, that's interesting.
Young Dame, can you just click the link and join the stream? Maybe we can get some clarity on some of your statements. Thank you. Well, I think it's very interesting your outlook on I, but I would implore you to read scientific data and papers to derive your claims from, because I'm
Yeah,
just being honest, a lot of your claims are just not lining up with data.
yeah, and yet these designations are going back all the way to the beginning where they had the same Y chromosome from Noah.
Got you. But what happens after they differentiate and they populate the earth? That's the question we're trying to, solve here. Is
Yeah,
they,
well, I
they
have to look
spread
at
and they have children.
yeah, I have to look at that a little bit more.
Yeah.
But it is, I mean,
Because you don't even, do you realize that you don't even get haplogroup J in the Levant until the Bronze Age? Before then, haplogroup J is largely confined to like Anatolia, the Caucasus, Georgia, places of that um, vicinity.
well, they were. You said there's no J in the Levant.
Yeah, until the Bronze Age.
Well, I mean, the Arabic they're all J1.
Yeah, today because they came down from the Zagros Caucasus Mountains before they were introduced
The
into the
Arabic,
Zagros.
the Arab
Yeah,
people.
the people that have
No.
J1 today, listen. The people that have J1 today largely come from a population that spring from the Zagros Caucasus Mountains.
No, they moved into that area. They're there today because they moved into it. But G is there as well.
Okay, I'm just gonna get a source because again, we just have to look at the data.
I'm
The
sharing this with right now.
You sharing it right now?
Yep.
Yeah, bring that out.
So this is from EUpedia, haplogroup J1. Is J1-P58 the main Arabic paternal lineage? Because this is the main thing that we're talking about right now. So it says, looking at the map of J1-P58, it is easy to assume that P58 is the marker of Arabic ancestry, but because it reaches its maximum frequency in and around the Arabian Peninsula, that would be an oversimplification. And whenever you need me to pause from reading the shoe to interject, just tell me.
Go ahead.
So it is important to make a clear distinction between people who speak Arabic and those who are genetically Arabic. These are two completely different things. For comparison, people who speak languages descended from Latin, such as French, Spanish, Portuguese, Italian, Romanian, are not necessarily descendants from the ancient Romans of Latium. Even those who do may not have more than a tiny fraction of their genome, which was inherited from actual Roman ancestors. This is why most Romance language speakers today cannot be considered as genetically Roman. Most present day Arabic speakers outside the Arabian Peninsula are likewise only very partially or not all Arabic genetically. In the northern half of the Middle East, most of the people who call themselves Arabs of today are in fact mainly descendants of other historic peoples, such as the Phoenicians, Assyrians, Babylonians, or even the Hurrians. And the Hurrians are very important people to study, by the way. That's for everybody to know. Most of these peoples are predominantly J2, with many minority haplogroups like E1B1B, G, J1, L, Q, R1A, R1B, and T. The other subclades of J1 cannot be considered to be the paternal descendants of first speakers of Arabic. I'm going to read that one more time. The other subclades of J1 cannot be considered to be the paternal descendants of the first speakers of Arabic. These other J1 lineages were Arabicized alongside other haplogroups, J2, Q1b, etc. So what haplogroup is seen as really Afroasiatic and Semitic? Let's read down here, right here. Like J1-P58E-M34, it is also shared with their Semitic cousins, the Jews. Haplogroup E1B1B is considered the prime candidate for the origin and dispersal of Afro-Asiatic languages, which include Semitic, across North and Eastern Africa and Southwest Asia. The Semitic languages appear to have originated within a subclade of the M34 branch of E1B1B. And this is why I believe that Shem is E. And as we just read, although J is seen among Arabs, the people with J that speak Arabic languages are with other ethnic groups like Koreans and other type of other ancient ethnic groups, Hittites and Kassites and stuff like that. So,
Hey, Dane West. Hey, Dane West. I didn't add you in because we was in the middle of a point. I was going to let you up. Come back and click the link. I'm going to let you up. I just want to finish this point here because I actually want to add on to what was just brought out by Ivry. So a lot of these people that speak Arabic today, what he brought out was Arabicized, meaning they absorbed, adopted the language. The original people, these J markers, actually come from the Zagros Caucasus Mountain. And I just want to go to the Times of Israel. Let me share my screen. And
so then
hey, Dane West, I'm gonna let you in a minute. Give me 1 minute to make this point about this, and then I'm gonna let you in.
So you would say then that the Arabic people are the Y chromosome, wouldn't you?
correct. I would say
the Proto-Arabic, the people that first spoke the Arabic. Yes.
Right. Yeah.
Well, the descendants of Abraham. You're saying the descendants of Abraham, Shem, or E.
Yes.
Yes.
But real quick, brother. I want to drive this point home that the people that are J1E, that come from the J markers, they are actually descendants of the Zagros Caucasus peoples. Before 3000, before the Bronze Age, they were not a factor in the Levant. They were not there. So this is the article here, Times of Israel. You can actually read this entire article on your own time. But in this article, how the Canaanites, biblical frenemies of the Israelites, kept genetic integrity. Major study shows Canaanites maintain coherent genetic mix, even though they were widely dispersed, and it can still be discerned in modern Arabic-speaking and Jewish populations. Now I'm gonna go straight to the point so we can let my brother on in the pan that's in the back right now. But right here it says it here. This study discovered that they shared a genetic relationship with another group of people who slowly and continuously migrated from the faraway Caucasus and or Zagros mountain regions. This special genetic mix of Canaanite and mountain peoples can still be seen in some form with modern Arabic speaking and Jewish populations. So these people ultimately don't come from the Levant. Ultimately, they descend from a people that come from the Caucasus and Zagros Mountains. And as you can see here, the dates go back to the Bronze Age. We can touch on that later. I want to deal with the
I was about
claim.
to say stay there and do the hard search for Hurrian in that article.
Yeah, I'm gonna come back to it, but Dame West is here as well, and he says that Africans are not Semites or something to that effect. So, Dame West, you are now here on the panel. Welcome, brother.
Hello.
Okay, so I guess Dame West walked away for a minute. So let me pull this article back up. Let me pull it back up.
By the way, you're here, Dan. If you didn't hear us, you're on the stage.
Yeah, he left earlier because I was trying to let you get through that point before he came on. And I guess he thought we were just dismissing him. That wasn't the case.
But a hard search for Hurrian, because I mentioned that in the other article that I read, and in that article you have, it also mentions the Hurrians. Everybody that's watching, Hurrians are important. Please study them.
Now, why I can't hear nothing?
We can hear you. We can hear you.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Can you hear us? All right. Well, while he's trying to get that together, I guess he dropped out. Let me share this and continue on this point. But I wanted to actually dialogue with him because he says that Africans are not Semites. So I wanted to hear his input. Right here, this is the same article. It says, in the samples taken from 35 individuals from Tel Megiddo, northern Israel, it was discovered that an influx of migration from the possibly Hurrian-speaking areas of the Zagros/Caucasus Mountains contained through a rise in the percentage of the foreign DNA and a few outliers found at the site. The Canaanite society of Megiddo was certainly tolerant of foreigners and immigrants, as shown by several genetic outlier individuals we detect there, said geneticist Carmi. So as we can see that these people actually be the Hurrians, and they have Zagros Caucasus Mountain ancestry. They are Johnny come latelys in the Levant.
And they're not even Semitic speakers, Caucasian speakers.
Exactly. Let me let Dame West back up. I think we lost him. Dame West,
I'm here. I done missed everything because I'm getting phone calls and stuff. But as far as that Haplogroup group EM96 go, that's African in origin and really can be found in the Middle East on the other side of the Red Sea also. And it's date like 60,000 years old. And the cold part about it, these haplogroups groups were these supposedly these Eurasians and Caucasians are coming off of. That shit coming off of African haplogroup group also coming out of Southeast Asia. So people need to stop fucking lying. All that goddamn Neanderthal shit, all that shit ain't nothing but a distraction to get people away from the whole meaning and the factor SLC 24A5. That's all that matters.
I agree with you.
So what is they talking about?
No, I agree. I agree that EM96. I agree that all people
even this the cold part about it. How they be claiming they up in Egypt when this shit coming from an African origin haplogroup group, bro? How is that?
What are you talking about? Who's claiming who?
Like they be the European or whatever you want to call them, the Caucasus people that come from the Caucasus and Anatolia. Yeah, the Capstan steps or whatever the hell that shit called, the Pontic steps and all that. Yeah, them people is Johnny come ladies. They like 10,000 years old.
Well, you do got a pharaoh named Yahya with haplogroup G2A that come from the Caucasus, though.
But at the end of the day, most likely, I don't know how he got on the throne, but shit, they must have invaded or something, because from what I seen, all I'm seeing is Kushites and Southeast Asians on the throne before all these invasions and shit.
So wait, so you're saying you basically agree with us that E was basically fathered all these civilizations like Semites and all that stuff?
I can't say E fathered all, especially not in like the Indus Valley and stuff like that.
No, yeah. Let me clarify. He was like Semitic, basically. Basically, agree.
What I'm saying is, as far as the Levant and all that, like the Hebrews, all them niggas E1B, they Berbers, all that shit is Negro. That's what I'm saying. Okay. All that.
Okay.
All that R1, really technically R1B supposed to be the Etruscans. We know they supposed to be black too. So how is European people saying they R1B happy little groups when this shit coming out of descendants from Southeast Asia, and they trying to turn into a basal happy little group? Not what is that? But it's supposed to be Eurasian and East Asian. All that y'all trying to do is put yourself in a picture. Like, let's be real. Like, all this DNA shit really ain't nothing but a fluke to me, because at the end of the day, if what's that dude named Walter Nevis turned around and said, oh, see, that's another thing. They don't want to do phenotype and cranial and dental analysts, because it proved that all that shit pseudo. That's why that motherfucker said, oh, well, let's don't do cranial measurements. Let's do DNA. Then turn around and try to use the same shit from Adamant Islanders and make a, man, bro, that shit lame, bro. Like, that shit lame as fuck, bro. Like, that shit lame as fuck. I don't see how niggas sit here and play these bullshit games with these people when these motherfuckers is, man, bro. These motherfuckers got the deficiency mutation. These motherfuckers ain't even old enough to even be claiming the half of the civilizations that they trying to claim. I don't get it. Somebody please inform me and clarify this shit.
Well, there's three different kinds of DNA. One is paternal, the other one maternal, and the other one is autosomal.
And according to paternal and paternal, that shit outdates you motherfuckers. 270,000 years old. Where was y'all at?
But like what you're saying,
we got a 260,000 gap. How the fuck you gonna explain that?
But
then what kill y'all? Hold on, I'm gonna tell you another thing that kill y'all. When we tell you that kill y'all, y'all be trying to claim that, oh, this what fucked me up. Y'all claim by basal erasing genes and then try to make like a mutation came about. Some of us vitamin D deficiency, and nigga, we go on the mountaintop right now, because I just read about the Ethiopians supposedly Denovesian. If I'm guessing, if we supposed to have Denovesian genes, then the Neanderthal, all them supposed to be melanated people, nigga. If Richard motherfucking legally just said 80,000 years ago the whole world was black. So how the fuck is y'all claiming that y'all up in these pictures, bro? Like, y'all gotta stop the desperation, fam.
Denisovan is another interesting line, but the measurements would have to do with autosomal DNA. That's your most recent.
Oh my goodness. We don't even gotta deal with none of that shit. What we gotta deal with is mutation and pheomelanism. That's what y'all got. Why y'all don't want to talk about that, bro? Why y'all want to try to play? Let me go and kill this shit. The SNPs do not mean skin mutation. Let's kill that right now so y'all can stop using that, bro. All that shit doing is saying that, oh, once this nigga left Africa, once he go to Asia, he's the motherfucking Adam of Asia or the Eve of Asia. That's all it's saying, fool. Y'all gotta stop that shit. Y'all desperate, bro, and I'm done, because that shit lame. Y'all motherfuckers ain't even old enough to be making no claims to no civilizations, fool. Then once I'm calling about it, hold on, I'm gonna tell you what kill it. When we go looking at R1B and get to looking at all that shit from the Pontic step, y'all civilizations 3,000 or 4,000 years old, dating around the motherfucking Bible time. Man, y'all niggas gotta be fucking crazy, fool.
We're trying to do the best with what we have.
Now y'all trying to put yourself into history that y'all don't fit in.
No, we gotta, DNA doesn't lie. We gotta.
Man, if I know DNA doesn't lie, and this the crazy part about it, y'all want to throw this Denovesian shit in the picture, this, that, and the third, but then turn around and still use the out of African migration. How the fuck does that work?
No, I don't agree with the out of Africa.
I know, because it proved that you motherfuckers lying. That's what it proved. I know that. I'm using, and whoever said whatever the fuck they said on that comment talking about data don't add up, nigga, the out of African motherfucking information prove that them motherfuckers from the mountaintop, fool. Them motherfuckers ain't, bro, I'm gone, because you niggas freestyling, fool. You niggas freestyling. Bro, but I don't know what color you is, but you sound like you a pale man. I'm gonna keep it real with you, bro. Be honest with yourself. You Mongolian Caucasus, you brown, fool.
We're not doing that. We're not doing that. All right, chill.
I'm just keeping it real, bro. Let's keep it real, bro. These motherfuckers from Anatolia, fool.
I got you. I feel you, but we gotta go.
Man, these motherfuckers pseudo, bro. Like, why would they sit here and do this, fool? Why, to steal our shit? To sit here and tell a nigga, oh, they ain't this, that, they ain't that, but then turn around and usurp your people's history. How the fuck does that work, fool? Then you demonize Egypt, then turn around and usurp everything? How does that work? Man, I'm gone though, but y'all take care, man, because I got other shit to deal with.
I got you, brother. We just don't do all the racial slurs.
I'm sorry, that ain't racial slur. This is another thing. How the fuck can this shit be racial when they call us Congoid, right? But do you know that a Congoid person go back to the embooted people, all this shit? These motherfuckers still predate them. 130,000-year-old. The Twa, the fucking the Sadawi and the Hazza, all them we don't even gotta talk about the Khoisan.
Yeah, but they older than us too, though.
But
what's your genetic marker? What's your genetic marker, brother?
I don't even get none of that shit. But you want to know what I do know? My blood type is O negative, the oldest in Americas.
I got you, but I'm an E marker, so I can't say that I'm the same as
I know. Look, this is what I'm saying, brother. What I'm saying is, it's a such thing in America called Kali Naga, the same people in Southeast Asia. When you go do the etymology on these words, this shit mean black. So how is they making claims that they the fucking Indians or the Aboriginals in America and all this shit, bro?
Who making the claims?
I'm just saying them. You got these Mongolian Indians and these Arab people all in Asia. I mean, in Egypt and all this shit, saying that we the motherfucking culture vultures when it look like our people the ones that's on the wall.
Got you. I got you, brother.
Man, I'm done because I should have stayed my black ass and my Aboriginal ass in the comment section. I'm gonna get off y'all shit because I done fucked y'all shit up. But I am so sorry, brothers. Peace be on to you.
I think I know who you is. You be over there, Aboriginal Power page.
Nah, man, I ain't gonna even lie, bro. Like, I'll BS to the side, man. Like, I'm a Naga. I'm on my Naga stuff. I'm with the Nagas, man. My bro Ruben, Jahaya, my bro Anu. We got my brother Alteris, my master linguistic brother Matt Dewberry. And you know what I'm saying? We just be really, you know what I'm saying? Because it done got to the point where we feel like religion, like it's okay, but I feel like it's a dividing mechanism because you go look at this shit, they use this for political uses, like to divide and conquer, fool. So, like, why should we play these certain games? And then you go look, you find the oldest religion supposed to be the mother goddess culture. They go back to Southeast Asia with the Kali Naga shit and with Egypt with the Isis and Horus. So why should I be taking watered down remix, re-rock shit, bro? Like it don't add up.
I got you. But I will advise you, get your DNA test, man, so we can see what your DNA is and we can talk about that.
Yeah, everybody. That's what when I talk my shit. That's everybody. They want to know what happened. No, I ain't saying you. No, I ain't saying let. No. I'm just saying that's what they tell me. But you know what? I don't know. Like I really don't know because I done seen what
you probably E. You probably haplogroup E like me.
Yeah, you think so? But see, my grandmother. See, I got a grandmother, and my grandmother like. I'll BS to the side. She got all her people, pictures, everything. Her grandfather, look, yes, he's an Aboriginal of America. Like, and I ain't saying because I know, but the catch is this, bro. Black people was already here. You got the California Carib people up in South America and Central America, in between Mexico and Brazil, all that. Where the Yucatan, all that shit at, man, black people was there. So why do they claim that the first time a nigga ever stepped on American soil was in slavery?
I mean, you got to find somebody that want to debate you on that, man.
Oh, they ain't even got to debate me because these is facts. And even if I can still use a 10,000-year-old man that was found in Brazil that still predate fucking slavery. Like, come on, bro. Like, that's insane. Not only that, when you really go do the research in Brazil, it's sites in there dating from like 40 to 60. And if I'm not mistaken, Nita Godon says she can put it back to 100,000. Not to mention in San Diego, they're supposed to find a site dating like 130,000. So, like, all I'm saying is, like, it's a possibility that black people was most likely, like my niggas be saying, it was black people already on these continents before these Mongolians came out the Caucasus. But I'm gonna leave it at that, and I'm gone.
Could it be that the people that you call the Mongolians are descendants of those early black ancestors?
See, that's where now you want to play the game. But when we go and do, hold up. See, I like that. Now my $1 million question is, I asked Walter, not Walter, I asked Clyde Winters the same thing. He talking about, these are black people. So I asked him one simple question. So which group mutated? That's all I asked. And he can't, then you know what his reply was to me? None of them mutated. So that's really not answering my question when we got, and not only that, niggas claim that Negroes supposed to have SLC 2485, but since we know Negroes supposed to be kin to Ethiopians, if you go do the research on the Ethiopians about high latitude, they tell you, I guess, due to, and supposedly some other Mongolian group, but supposedly due to the ancient admixture with I don't know if it was hominid or I know a fucking Denovision supposed to be a hominid, all this, whatever, whatnot, but the archaic human, whatever the fuck, supposedly that prior breeding gave us some type of beneficial attributes to survive in high latitude where we don't I forgot what it's some shit about when they up there, they get high blood pressure and all this other shit, and they be dying for being out high and on the mountains. I don't know. But according to what I read, supposedly the Ethiopians doesn't have that. I guess we adapt to it. I don't know how, but I'm guessing thanks to the inheritance of introgression of the Denovision genes or whatever. But yeah, but what I'm saying is at the end of the day is, okay, even if these people are supposed to, mutated from our people or whatever the case be, I just want to know where it happened. Well, I know where it's supposed to happen, but when we go look, we see supposedly 40,000 years ago, Africans supposed to went on through the Anatolia and on up into Europe and colonized that.
The Cro-Magnons.
Yeah, and all that. That's what I'm saying. So, but when you go do that research, you find out that they was beefing with the Neanderthals that was there prior to their arrival. So, and then not only that, when you really go do the research between modern humans and versus Neanderthal shit, they've been beefing for like the last 200 to 100,000 years. So it's a lot of skeptics. I don't know. Like,
This is what I'll say to you, brother. But I think you need to, look into DNA and the phylogeny of people, because that's, the Cro-Magnons come in, they black at first.
Yeah.
And then they get absorbed, they mutate and absorb into a white population like we see today, right?
Because they claim that, but I got a question. So if that's the case, what haplogroup do they supposed to be that mutated?
I'm gonna tell you. The haplogroup that introduced white skin into the population is involved in the Caucasus hunter-gatherers.
I agree.
They got haplogroup J. Hey, Avery, can you pull that up real quick for him?
Yeah.
What about the Japhethites? What about the R chromosome and the Q?
See, can't use the R chromosome, because if the Etruscans is R chromosome, then how and when did it
here's
mutate?
The origin of white skin. Here's the origin of white skin. So
bring that out, Avery, for me, if you don't mind.
All right. So the ancient individual from Serbia was male with black hair and brown eyes. However, the individual is one of the earliest found to carry the derived HERC11.
Yeah, I heard of that.
Blue eyes.
It's to do with the melanocytes and all that.
Yeah, the Serbia individual also likely had light skin, as he was found to carry the derived SLC.
Yeah, I was just talking about that.
For light skin. And this person's haplogroup is down here. The Serbia individual belongs
J.
to...
It say J. Okay, my point exactly. I'm gone. Okay. I'm gone. My point is proven. I'm a holler.
All right, brother,
what?
And the Asians, all the Asians, they're white too.
I was about to explain that to him too. The same situation happened. You have what you call convergent evolution.
Yeah, I'll show the map. Hold on.
Yeah, they had someone in their population to develop SL2485 skin lightening allele as well. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so Caucasus hunter-gatherers, they would have mixed with the Yamnaya. Well, actually, they would have mixed with Eastern hunter-gatherers to create the Yamnaya, and those groups went into Europe. And also these groups will go east into Asia. But the Caucasus hunter-gatherers had, as y'all can see, SLC2485. They're the earliest population. And they had haplogroup J. Oops. Here are Yamnaya Kurgan graves. And this is what early Proto-Indo-Europeans look like. But that's the map. Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Yeah, so so even they say the East Asians started off black in the Sunderland, and but eventually the same mutation arose in their population, and they began to what do you call it? They call it selection. I can't remember what it's called. The selective pressures or sexual selection help spread that, right? So the men with those alleles begin to be the dominant ones
Yep.
and
So,
outpopulate the dark ones.
so what happened in Europe as well is 95% of Europeans have like a Semitic mitochondrial DNA.
Got you. But also, you have what you call population turnovers and population replacement. So when the Unitas came in, swept in, and got rid of people like Cheddar Man that had haplogroup I and the early Swedes, they even did a documentary about that. The Sweden government did a documentary about the early Swedes having dark skin and blue eyes, actually, and a population that carried white alleles or SLC24A5 overtook them, destroyed the men, slept with the women, and replaced the population with a lighter skinned population. That's how Europe became white.
Actually, it should be right here.
Well,
You can read this, Yeshub, if you want. It actually goes into it.
Yeah, it says here the history of skin lightening in the Europeans. It says, interestingly, Eastern and Scandinavian hunter gatherers had light skin, in contrast to the Baltic hunter gatherers who kept their dark skin only until 3,800 years ago when farming was introduced in this region by Bronze Age expansion of people of Russian steppe origin. These migrants were associated with Yamnaya culture and emerged out of a mixture between light skinned Caucasus and Eastern hunter gatherers. So yeah, this population would have came in and swept through Europe. It got rid of Cheddar Man's population, replaced Cheddar Man's population, and lightened and made them into a light, what you call a lighter skin population, like we see today.
so you know that Madai in the Bible, Madai asked Shem to marry one of his daughters, and that's the reason why there's a Semitic population of mitochondrial DNA in Asia, and it goes all the way to America. The A and the B, both of them are Semitic, but the B, I think, crosses the Pacific.
Mitochondrial B.
Yeah, the
Yeah,
mitochondrial A and B,
mitochondrial B is in
but
America.
but A and B. But Madai in the Bible asked to marry one of Shem's daughter because the Japhethites, when Madai is the son of Japheth, he had 7 sons. He probably didn't have as many daughters, and he asked to marry one of Shem's daughters, and that's the reason why in Europe and even all the way to America, there's a Semitic mitochondrial DNA.
Yeah, a lot of the mitochondrial DNA would be A, B, C, D in ancient
Yeah,
America, and like you said, X2A.
A and B is Semitic, and the C and D is Asiatic, is Japhethite or mitochondrial DNA.
What about
But
L?
what makes those mtDNA haplogroups Semitic? Is it just because it's found in Semitic groups?
It's the lineage that comes from one node and is from the Middle East basically, but except there's two Semitic lines. Like I said, Madai asked to marry one of Shem's daughters, so there's an Asiatic Semitic line as well, which includes the A. But the B is a part of the Middle Eastern Semitic line that went by way of the Philippines, through the Philippines all the way to Polynesia, all the way to America.
I'll be honest, it's hard to follow maternal lines because a woman is what her father is. If her father claims he's Semitic or Hamitic, she follows whatever he is.
No,
So,
well, yeah. What I mean is the wife of Shem had daughters. They have the Semitic mitochondrial DNA. Be the wife of Shem. That's the Semitic line of mitochondrial DNA from the wife of Shem to his
because I'll be
daughters.
honest, I've done my DNA test. I'm actually from Africa. I have cousins that belong to U haplogroups, M haplogroups, N haplogroups, L haplogroups, and we're from like one specific region. So
Yeah, L is
honestly, like
is Semitic.
mtDNA, it's like it's kind of unreliable to be honest.
No, L is Hamitic from the wife of Ham. and everything else is M or N.
Okay.
The M is the Asiatic or the Japhetic mitochondrial DNA, and the N is the Semitic, which is the majority or the largest population is the Semitic mitochondrial DNA. But what
Yeah,
you
it just confuses me how mtDNA can be classified as Semitic or anything, to be honest.
because it
Because, like
goes
I said,
from it's only passed it's non-combining DNA that's passed from mother to daughter all the way
now
back.
I get it, but then you can have the same maternal DNA that's the mother lineage of two different nations that are completely unrelated.
Well, it goes back to the origin of the mother.
Because the thing is, men are invaders, men are conquerors. We move from place to place, and then we marry the women that are there. You
Right,
know,
and usually it's the men that are excluded, and the women, the mitochondria is what survives, and it's the Y chromosome that's uh cut down or diminished.
okay. I'm gonna play devil's advocate and sort of be on jungle jargon side with regards to like the brother scholastic Billy and Hebrew of Israel. You guys keep mentioning that Jay wasn't present in Israel until the Bronze Age, but doesn't that sort of favor this guy's argument because people believe that Abraham he came from either the Ur of Chaldees or another Ur somewhere in Turkey, Anatolia, I believe, and he migrated during the Bronze Age. So doesn't the fact that Jay wasn't present before the Bronze Age but becomes present during the Bronze Age, doesn't that sort of favor this guy's argument that Jay are Semites because they're coming into Israel during that period that Abraham is supposedly making that same migration?
I'm glad you asked that question. No, it doesn't. Let me bring out the information as to why it doesn't. I like playing devil's advocate too, so that's pretty
And I
interesting.
would disagree with the ages that they put on the people as well, because
Hey, this
it
is
only goes back
favoring you right now.
5,000.
You don't want to change the age,
No,
man.
no,
It's
no, it's
favoring
no
you right
problem.
now.
I'm just saying that it only goes back 5,000 years. It doesn't go back, hundreds of thousands of years.
Right, got it. All right, so this is the Bayesian phylogenetic analysis of Semitic languages identifies an early Bronze Age origin of Semitic in the Near East. So the reason why haplogroup J being uh, Semitic or being Abraham coming into the Levant doesn't work is because Semitic languages originate in the Levant. It says right here, we estimate that Semitic had an early Bronze Age origin of 5,750 YBP in the Levant, followed by an expansion of Akkadian into Mesopotamia. And so basically, 5,750 years ago is around 3,750 BC. The earliest J marker we see in the Levant only goes back to 2196 BCE. So it's Johnny come lately. It came in the early Bronze Age in 2198 BC, whereas Semites have been in the Levant as far back as 3750 BC. So Semites have been in the Levant for centuries before
The
J was born.
language was there before he went there.
Well, let's see what it says. It says that when it comes to, we estimate that Semitic had an early Bronze Age origin in the Levant, followed by an expansion of Akkadian into Mesopotamia. Akkadians are an ancient early Semitic people. So, yes, the language and the people originate in the Levant. And there's even data that backs this up. For instance, this is from a paper called How Eurasia Was Born, and it says the most plausible candidates for Semitic remigration to the Fertile Crescent with TMRCAs fitting the arrival of the Akkadians and other early Semitic peoples are certain subclades of both E-V22 and E-V12 with relatively early TMRCAs present in the Middle East could be candidates for such remigration such as E-FGC 14382 TMRCAs 2200 BCE and E-V3262 TMRCA is 2600 BCE. And this fits perfectly with the migration of Semites and haplogroup E going from the Levant into Mesopotamia. Also, the last thing that I'll state is this. We know exactly who those J markers are that come into the Levant. I'm going to have Yeshub read this final source. But this source right here basically explains who those J markers are coming into the Levant. Yeshub, you can read this.
All right, so this is paper genetics and the archaeology of ancient Israel. And it states the geographical distribution of J2A versus J1 mirrors the two autosomal components from Haber et al. 2013. However, several demographic and migrational events may contribute to the observed wide frequency patterns in the southern Levant. Major J2A lineages whose origin is likely from East Anatolia, Armenia, Georgia, and northwest Iran could have migrated to the southern Levant during the early Bronze Age through the movement of the Kura-Araxes horizon to Lebanon, Syria, and ultimately the Galilee area marked by the Kerbic-Karek culture. Later immigration from a similar East Anatolia source may have brought Hurrian onomastics to the southern Levant during the Middle Bronze Age. These events may have added J2A to an underlying J1 substratum.
So basically, these J markers are Hurrian or Araxes, basically Caucasian peoples that came into the Levant, which is non-Semitic. So no, J being the early Bronze Age does not fit his model. It actually just proves that it's just another ancient population of people.
I'm curious, like you mentioned the EV12 and was it EV32 or something, remigrating into the Fertile Crescent. That's actually interesting. I never actually would have thought it was those that reintroduced Semitic languages. I would have thought that was EM34.
It's so that actually paper. It goes into that as well. I just brought this part out for the occasion. But it does say that. Yeah.
So then where did these EV12 and what's the other one? EV22. Where did they migrate from?
So let me show you a good map as to where they would have likely migrated from. So there is a map, and I brought this out in past videos a very long time ago, though. This is a good map to look at when it comes to the migration of these haplogroups. You could argue that EM35, which of course EV12 and EV22 descends from, could have been basically in the Levant / northeastern Africa up here. And basically this is why you would see all this groups migrating into the Fertile Crescent, because they're not far from it. And even says down here, for instance, the branch EZ827 is found in North Africa, Arabian Peninsula, Fertile Crescent, East Africa, Anatolia, Europe, Southwest Asia. M78, North Africa, East Africa, Europe, Arabian Peninsula, Anatolia, Fertile Crescent. And so that's kind of where it would have been to answer your question.
You know, that's actually interesting because it gives multiple subclades the potential to have been the ones that introduced the Semitic languages. But J doesn't even have one candidate that would have introduced those languages. So that's pretty interesting.
And you know, this also fits perfectly with this map, the migration of Afro-Asiatic languages. You see how perfectly it fits.
There's something else to consider. Remember that Israel actually came out of Egypt.
Yeah, that's true as well. Mm-hmm.
So their language wouldn't be much different.
Yeah.
Perfect. That proves the point of haplogroup E, because Egypt is majority haplogroup E.
Well, the pharaohs are E and not J.
Oh, here's
the pharaohs were a multitude of different haplogroups. Different dynasties were different haplogroups. There wasn't an ascension through father and son. It's just whoever could conquer the land. That's why you see all different types of groups conquering Egypt.
It's mostly E and B, and the King Tut was R1B.
Yeah, exactly. So anyone could have been a pharaoh.
But the thing, the first ones were Mitzrayim for me. The first ones.
I don't know what the early Egyptian dynasties haplogroups were. That would be interesting to know. I wouldn't be surprised if there were some A amongst them, A or Bs.
There might have been a B. Well, I forget. I wasn't paying attention when I looked at it. But the pharaohs are E. There was, with the exception of King Tut, was R1A, R1B. I mean,
And the rest were E.
yeah. As far as I can remember,
Jungle.
you could look
There
at
is no there are no major pharaohs that are E. The only one that we have is Ramesses III, which is E1B1A.
Yeah, he was. Yeah.
But
But
the
are you
rest,
sure the
the rest
other
that
ones?
we
I
have,
mean, because there's a list somewhere. You can look up the list and see who was who.
yeah, I got the papers. The pharaohs that we have exhumed and sequenced the genomes on, most of them are like K, G, what's the other one? R and R1B.
That
And
would
then
be
Ramesses
K.
is the only one that's E1B1A.
K is Tubal, G is Assyria, and
Okay,
E.
but I got you. But I'm talking about the pharaohs that we found and successfully were able to sequence their genome. Now we have a bunch of mommies. We have a bunch of mommies. We got a mommy that's E1B1B. We got two mommies that are haplogroup J
Yeah,
that
from
date
the
back to 13th century BCE.
yeah. But
Yeah, that'll be interesting. I have to look at that again.
What's on the screen? So
this,
we're looking at haplogroup A.
exactly, yeah. I think, like I said, Hamites are haplogroup A and B. I mean, A is actually decently distributed throughout Africa.
No, it completely makes sense. And why it makes sense to me is because of the Ethiopians. Like, you get tribes that are Semitic speaking or Cushitic speaking, which are both Afro-Asiatic, but then you find a lot of A amongst them. So those are the people that they settled with and intermingled with. So that makes me believe that A was definitely around that Nile region, because they would have had to travel through like the Nile. Because even in, for example, Somalia, they're EV32, I believe, and that's a subclade of EV12. And I think the basal lineages for those you find them mostly in like Egypt. So they would have had to come from the Egypt region. So A probably migrated with them or was already present in that region.
You're
Yeah,
right. It says right here, Upper Nile, haplogroup A3B2-M13 is common among South Sudanese at 35%, especially the Dinka Sudanese at 61.5%. That's the Upper
but
Nile.
that's the same tree as the EV12.
Wait, what?
That's the EV32 is the same tree or family tree as EV12.
Yeah, I know, but I'm saying they live amongst these people. Like, these people are all the way in Ethiopia. They were further north up in Egypt, but they got pushed further south when haplogroup E came into the region. But haplogroup A was all the way north. It was all the way in Morocco, Egypt. They dominated that region. And I forgot the DNA website, but they were testing like certain, I forgot the name, but certain stretches of DNA that ancient Egyptians match with people from different regions. And I think they highly match with the Khoisan and people from like Central Africa, which was interesting. Like, those were like the deepest roots. And that means those people were there all the way in the northern regions when other groups started coming. So it's like a deep root part of their DNA. So haplogroup A contributed to that.
Yeah, haplogroup A and B is actually seen as quote unquote true African, whereas haplogroup E is seen as Afro-Mediterranean. Here's A and B, African. E is Afro-Mediterranean, and haplogroup E came into Africa and really dominated and pushed A and B southwards. And these would be your Shemites.
That map is awesome because that's pretty much showing you that map is plotting out with our model that E is Shem, A and B is Ham, and F would be the Japhites, C and F.
Yep.
So early Arabia would even be permeated with haplogroup E markers.
That makes perfect sense. That makes perfect sense right there.
I mean, ancestral E was found in Arabia and the Levant. Let me pull that up.
Yeah, and then I can see it pushing through into North Africa, and then it pushes A downwards and B downwards, and then I think E1 B1B sort of settles along the coastlines, but then E1 B1A sort of goes further into like the interior regions, and I think that's when they develop their metalworking skills and stuff, and they're able to penetrate further, and then that further pushes these A and B lineages.
Yeah,
What
we were pioneers.
there was one
Yeah.
thing I noticed with when I was looking at the Neanderthal DNA and the Denisovan DNA. It's the Eurasians that have more Neanderthal DNA, and the Semitic populations and the African populations have less Neanderthal DNA. Then when it comes to the Denisovan DNA, it's the Eurasians have Denisovan DNA, and the Hamitic populations have Denisovan DNA. So then when you plot it on the map, it it shows the cold spot and the hot spots of Denisovan DNA. And the hotter spots, of course, the hottest spot is like Papua New Guinea, but is the warm spots are in Eurasia and Africa are the warm spots, and then there's a huge cold spot in the middle, which would be the Semitic, which doesn't have Denisovan DNA. And that cold spot goes up all the way into Scandinavia, where my ancestors came from.
Africans don't have any Denisovan DNA though.
Yeah, they do. I mean, because the
They
Denisovan
don't.
DNA.
It's mostly
Well,
restricted to Southeast Asia and East Asia. They
well,
have the monopoly on that.
autosomally, I'm not talking about autosomally. I'm talking about the Y chromosome origin in the.
Well, how can you connect the Y chromosome of Homo sapiens to Denisovans? They don't
But
even
it's
have.
not going to be an autosomal connection. It's got to be it's people that have Denisovan DNA or don't have it. And Africans do have Denisovan DNA. According to the map I was looking at, Africans do have Denisovan DNA. Eurasians have Denisovan DNA, and the big cold spot is the Semitic region in the middle that goes all the way up into Scandinavia. It's a cold spot
But both
for,
Scandinavia had Neanderthals.
for Denisovan DNA.
Can you bring up that map? Can you find that map? I've never heard of that map. Denisovan DNA in Africa. I've never heard of that. How on earth can it get into Africa if the Middle East is acting as a barrier? You said it's a cold spot. So how does it penetrate from Southeast Asia into Africa? Or
Well,
if you're claiming it
because
came
of
from Africa into
because of
Southeast Asia, it would always have to pass through the Middle East. The Middle East is
because
a
of
barrier.
the carriers of the D and the CY chromosomes that are all through Asia carried the Hamitic DNA.
That still doesn't make sense because they still have to pass through the Middle East. So there would have to be some sort of
No,
signal.
because they never went to Africa. The C and the D never went to Africa. But their sons, descendants of Cush, which is Hamitic, and they moved east all through Asia. That's why the Hamitic populations have Denisovan DNA, and the Eurasians have Denisovan DNA, but the Semitic population is a big cold area for Denisovan DNA.
Yeah, that's sort of a contradiction. You said CND never went to Africa, but then you're saying Africa is Hamitic. So if CND didn't
No,
go
no,
to
no, no,
Africa,
no.
how did E get
C,
Denisovan
C,
ancestry?
C is the descendant of C is Hamitic. D is Hamitic.
And
C
E
and
is
D like
Hamitic to you, right?
C and D they're both Hamitic. Both C and D are Hamitic. C is Nimrod. D is probably his brother or somebody else. descended from Cush, but they both are Hamitics. Both C and D are Hamitic.
Okay, but you said Africans have Denisovan, but at the same time you said C and D have it, but C and D never went to Africa. So how did the Africans get the Denisovan
Because
ancestry?
because we're not talking about continents. We're talking about uh, Y chromosome family trees. C and D belongs to the Hamitic family tree. Nimrod is the son of Cush. Nimrod, King Nimrod. I don't know if you're familiar with it. He was the great hunter in the eyes of the Lord in the Bible. He's the one that had the coat. Uh, I don't know if it was uh, somebody's coat, and it
Yeah,
gave him
brother, that
supposedly
doesn't make sense
power.
because you're talking about haplogroups, but at the same time you wanna not connect it to continents. Do people not migrate through continents?
The Hamitic population moved out of Mesopotamia, out of the land of Shinar, where Nimrod was, and they moved into Africa. Both Put, the descendants of Put, the descendants of Mizraim, and the descendants of Cush all went to Africa. Canaan stayed in the Levant area. But they're still Hamitic. I mean, it doesn't matter where they went or what continent they're from. It's their Y haplogroup that says whether or not they're Hamitic or not. And C and D are both Hamitic. They're both descendants of Cush. And have you ever seen the Olmec statues?
Yeah, I've seen them.
They kind of look Polynesian like, some of them.
Yeah, they do.
That's because they have the same common ancestor, Nimrod. C was the son of Cush. Um, except that in America it's C3, in Polynesia it's C2, and in Australia it's C4. But they have the same common ancestor, Nimrod. That's
I I can agree with that part, but at the same time, how can you link their features to Africans? You know, people develop features. It could be simply through because of environmental pressures, gene expression causes
well,
certain phenotypes to come.
it's not. It doesn't look exactly the same as African features because there's some Asian features in the Olmec statues as well, and of course in Polynesians there's Asian features. And people have said that the Australian Aborigines have Asian features, so it's not really African features, and it doesn't happen to be. It doesn't have to be, and it shouldn't
It's
be.
not African features. It's just more archaic features. That's all it is. And they
Well,
probably got those
but
features from the archaic groups they mix with.
I just found it interesting that the C4 features and the C2 features are the same as the C3 features of the Olmecs in Central America.
They all probably have the same type of archaic ancestry.
Well,
You said
they have
Denisovan or Homo erectus.
no. They all have the CY chromosome as a common ancestor, which I believe is Nimrod very clearly. And
Yeah, but there's people that carry E. For example, EV12 and EV13 that they're pretty closely related. Some of them have blue eyes, blonde hair. The other are like completely black, like
it's auto, yeah,
Sudanese.
it's
They're
autosomal.
they're blue black. Forget black.
It's
They're
autosomal
exactly.
information. Yeah, it doesn't matter. You get it, you have Chinese Jews, you have Chinese J2 populations. It doesn't matter. You have black J2 populations. You know, that's autosomal, dude.
You know what the whole irony is, and the funny thing. It's like when it comes to this debate, no one is impartial. We got three E brothers here, where we're always gonna claim that E is the Shem. We got an I brother here, he's gonna claim that I and J are Shem. We can bring a R brother here, he's gonna claim that R, or a G brother, he's gonna claim it's G. So it's like,
I haven't seen that. I haven't seen that, but I mean, R is clearly Eurasian, and Q is Eurasian, K is Eurasian, N is Eurasian, O is Eurasian, and they all have Neanderthal DNA.
You know, I'm gonna give it a completely different perspective. I'm guessing you're Christian, the other brothers are they're Jewish. From an
Yeah.
Islamic perspective, we believe that there's gonna be an army of black flags that's gonna come from the Khorasan region, which is basically modern day Afghanistan. And we believe they're gonna be undefeated and they're gonna make their way back to Israel. In the Hebrew Bible, you guys have a prophecy that the children of Israel will return. We believe in the end times that this particular army is going to return. They're going to be undefeated. The Afghans right now, no world power or force has ever conquered them. The British failed, the Soviets failed, America failed. That region is practically unconquerable. And those same people, when you actually look at their ancient DNA, and by the way, you find actual Aramaic Hebrew inscriptions in mountains scattered all over that region, that Swat Valley region between Afghanistan and what do you call it, and Pakistan, and and Israel is investing millions in trying to find a connection between them and these people, and there's a reason they're doing that. Even the garments they wear, the tribes they have, they even have a tribe that has a similar name to Samson, and they all grow their hair long. Like even their tribal divisions and certain cultural things that they do is identical to Jewish culture. And when you look at their modern DNA, yes, it's like a whole plethora of G and J and I and you name it, they have everything because it's a very central region. We know there were Scythians, we know there were, people from the steppes, we know that there were the Indus Valley civilization wasn't too far. So it's a multitude of people. But when you look at the ancient DNA, the most surprising thing that you find there is haplogroup E, E1B1B. And that dates back to the same period you find those Aramaic inscriptions. So I just find it ironic how culturally and then genetically and in that Islamic story how it all just links and intertwines. And I think they are definitely one of the lost tribes. I don't know what tribe, but I believe they are one of the lost tribes.
Yeah, I find it hard to disprove that the Judaic populations of the Jews that remain that are the Ashkenazi and the
Yeah,
Sephardic Jews.
the Pashtuns. Even though mystical order of Israel, many of them today don't carry the E. It's still there. It's just been diluted because they've been conquered a million. Like that area, it has like different types of migrations from Central Asia, from Iranic populations, from all types of people. So now they're a mixed multitude. But the DNA you find there that date back to the same time you find the Aramaic inscriptions, and they're actually there. Like this is proven. Like archaeologists have found this, geneticists have found this. It links back to the E1B1B. So that's like mind blowing to me. Like who would have thought?
Which is the same as the pharaohs,
What's the same as the pharaohs?
the E1B1B.
It's a completely different branch. And regardless, the pharaohs weren't all E1B1B. The pharaohs, many of them, especially during biblical times, belong to Eurasian haplogroups.
Yeah,
Belong to your R's and your G's.
Well, G is Assyria. I mean, which makes sense. E is
G isn't Syria. G only recently came to Syria. G is found in more. G is from the Caucasus.
No, Syria is F. The Arameans, the Syrians are F. G is the Assyrians. The first kingdom was Assyria. That is G, and that. So G is the Assyrians, and F, the Arameans, are the Syrians.
You know, I'm curious if Hebrew and Scholastic Bully have any opinion about what I just said regarding like the Pashtuns and the Pathans.
Well, I know I
Yeah,
have one thing. Teo, according to Jungle's model, would be Semitic. It would be an Assyrian. The G string twins.
Yeah, but come on, we all know G isn't anything, hasn't got anything to do with that. G, wasn't that Iceman G? What's his name? Otzi.
Ozzy the Iceman. Yep, from Italy. He was a G marker. G
oh, you
ten.
said he was I. Somebody said he was I
No,
earlier.
that's Chatter Man.
Oh, the Cheddar Man. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, Atzi. Yeah. Okay. Atzi and I man. That's Assyrian. Yeah.
Bro,
And
nothing
Steve.
Semitic about that guy. Have they tested his autosomal DNA?
The likely have, I forgot what it was. It likely would be like a farmer, probably. But he was an Italian. He was from Italy. His body was
Yeah,
pretty,
G.
and he
G
had.
has nothing to do with Semitic languages or people.
He's probably like European hunter gatherer or something like that.
Exactly, just like I is the earliest European hunter-gatherer lineage.
But I don't think they were the first ones there. The first ones there in the steppe region were
Probably
the
C, but
Asiatic Japhethites. The Japhethites went north. They are the nations in the north, are the Japhethites. And the I only went there after they got kicked out of Israel or just left.
But
Because
wasn't Chatterman and wasn't he a Mesolithic population in Europe?
it, I mean, it's possible that somebody left. I mean, Dan just left the I-2. Is the I-2? Dan just left. He didn't even get kicked out. The tribe of Dan. He just left. He was the first one to leave.
Do you know
So
the Ethiopians also claim the tribe of Dan? But
the
what's your thoughts
I-2
on
just
that?
left early. Was the first one to leave.
But what's your thoughts on the Ethiopians who also have a tradition of descending from Dan, Beta Israel?
It could be. I mean, if they have the Y chromosome, I-2,
They don't
they
have a.
could.
They
Well,
have.
yeah,
wait,
because Dan.
Hebrew, is it the Beta Israel that have a lot of A as well?
Yeah, they got a lot of A as well.
Okay, there you go. If they branched off very early on, that explains why they have so much A. Because when they migrated into Africa, Africa still had a lot of A in the more northern regions in like North Africa and the Horn of Africa. So that perfectly fits, the biblical stories.
The the Jewish populations, the Judaic populations have E, but I don't think they have A.
No, these don't have A because I'm talking. They came into Africa. They settled in Africa. They're mixed with the indigenous people. They didn't migrate back. I mean, they only migrated now because of is it called the Alia or whatever you call it?
Yeah. Well, the tribe of Dan could have gone to. Tribe of Dan could have gone into Ethiopia. It's possible, but the Y chromosome is always the one that seems to suffer for some reason.
Yeah, there's no I in Africa. Well, if there's any I in Africa, it came because of the Mamluks, when the Egyptians, the Ottoman empires, when they basically conquered the Balkans, and then they would take Balkan people as slaves and put them in their armies and stuff. That's probably
There,
the only way that I came into
there,
Africa.
there, because there is I in Africa, but it's not very much. Right?
Yeah, it's because of the Mamluks.
And I'm not sure where in Africa it is, but there is some I in Africa.
It's probably Egypt.
Maybe even North Africa. There might be.
Yeah, Egypt and North Africa.
But I think Egypt, Egypt has some too. I think, but I mean, that's obvious.
Uh, hey, Hebrew and Scholastic, you guys are very quiet, man. Or are you tired?
Low key, I am kind of sleepy. I'm just letting you roll.
Let me take over the show. But
we have live streams. They go 2, 3 in the morning, sometimes 4. They used to go 5, 6, 8 in the morning.
hey, you've got energy, brother. MashaAllah, that's a lot of energy, man.
No, we used to.
But,
Now we only go like 2 or 3 in the morning, and then we give up.
uh, yeah, but I'll be honest, I've noticed with these debates, it's like people are they're gonna rep what they are, you know what I mean? The E's are always gonna be E, and then the J's are gonna say it's J. The R's are gonna say it's R's, and then you got those twins that are G, they're claiming it's G. I'm just laughing at how they doctor their facts, like literally write out paragraphs and make it seem like it's an extract from an article.
Well, I mean,
That
there is G in the Judaic populations. There's G, there's T, there's E, and R, of course, and stuff. But the biggest population is J1, J2, and the I2 and I. Well, not
now
so
I'm
much I.
I'm not denying that right now. That's like the main haplogroups. You're completely correct. But frequency doesn't equal
NQ,
origin. Okay, for
NQ.
example, right now, you look at North Africa, especially Morocco, I believe they're 80% plus, maybe 90% plus, EM81. But when you go back in time and you look at the ancient haplogroups that you find there, it wasn't even that branch of E1B1B. It was a totally different branch. It was EM78. And now you'd be lucky to even find that. But if you were to basically go on modern populations, you'd assume EM81 was always there, and that's their lineage. EM81 only has a TMRCA of, I believe, 2,000 years or 1,000 something 100
But,
years. So it's
but that's
very
what
recent.
I was saying. The M81 belongs to a bigger tree, and the the M78 is another tree, which would probably be Mitzrayim.
But that's what I'm saying. Frequency doesn't equal origin. You can have recent
No, of
bottleneck
course not.
effects. That's the
Of course
reason why
not.
J is so dominant in the Levant, in Israel, in Arab populations, because they came in, there was a bottleneck, and they became the most dominant haplogroup.
Well, here's a question. You know, Jay. I mean, the Saudi Arabian Peninsula, the Levant area, that was always the area of the descendants of Abraham. Okay, so it's still there, and who else would it be the original Arabians? I mean, there is no other original Arabian population. There's the Elamites have an H, and they considered themselves Arabic when they went to India, but
You
they're
know what? You make a good point about the Arabs. But the thing about the Arabs is they've experienced a lot of migration events. They've also experienced not migration events not just from the north, from the Caucasians, but also from Persia, the Persian Gulf. They went into the Arab states. They're J1. A lot of them have some type of Persian ancestry, Iranian Zagros mountain ancestry. So that's where this J is coming from. But when you
well.
look deep, when you look into the deeper lineages, you find a lot of E.
I mean,
Half
there is
half when you
there,
actually even the funny
And
thing is
oh, you should
with
please.
with
yeah, there
with
is E going all the way to Afghanistan. There's E up there, but it's interesting. I gotta look some more at it. But the
now what I find most interesting is E1B1B. It's pretty obvious. If you actually look at a lot of the older clades, you find a lot in the Levant and Saudi Arabia. But even when it comes to E1B1A, EM2, you find a lot of clades in Saudi Arabia as well. So that's actually very, very interesting. There's a lot of older E subclades that are in, that you find in Saudi Arabia. Saudi Arabia was like a transitional zone for migratory routes, basically. So
yeah,
they retain a lot of DNA from a lot of these groups that were moving in and out. And you
I
find a
mean,
lot of E.
The Canaanites belong to they have their own family tree, which is like the Levant area, the Anatolia and Arabia, Saudi Arabia. That's mostly where their tree is from the Canaanite population, what I believe.
Nah, no Arab identifies himself as Canaanite. The like Saudis and stuff, or Yemenis, they either identify as Adnani Arabs that came from Ishmael, or they identify as Qahtani, which is Joktan, who came from Joktan. So either way, they both claim to be Shemitic. None of
But
them claim to be Canaan. The only people
no,
that
I'm just
claim
saying.
to be Canaan or Phoenicians are maybe Lebanese
I'm
people.
not. I'm not talking about claims. I'm just saying where the people with the E tree of the Canaanites, where it's located. It's located in Anatolia, Levant, and Arabia. That's where it's located. It doesn't mean that they are Arab, anyways. It's just those are the descendants of the Canaanites from the Canaanite family tree.
Yeah, I don't believe they're Canaanites. They don't have an oral history. And the thing about Arabs is these people they know about their lineages. They maintain their lineages. They can tell you their 30th ancestor. They keep it in their poetry. You know, yeah, I'm not Arab, but even I know my lineage. I can go back to my 20th great grandparent. I know his name. You know, I can go back 10 or 12 names on my mother's side. The Arabs can probably go back, I don't know, 30, 40 names, you know? And it gets easier because when you go back 10 names, then it's the tribe. The tribe is keeping the name of the lineage. And then if you go back 20,
But
you have elders from other tribes that now you're connected to, and they can keep the tree going back. And
but
none of
it's
them
not.
have a history of coming
But
from Canaan.
but I'm not talking about history or culture. I'm just talking about where the EY chromosome is from the Canaanite tree, which is like M830 or something is
Now
one of
you've got
them.
the map here right now. It's very limited in the regions you're mentioning.
Well, look up the I think it's M870 or something, or there's a specific E3 branch, and it's outside of Africa.
Yeah,
It's
it's EV13.
I have to see it. It's probably Canaanite. It's in Anatolia, it's in the Levant, and it's in Arabia.
Well, there's two to be honest. It could either be
No,
EV13 or
no,
EM34 or
no.
EM84.
EV13 is in Europe. That's the one in Europe. That's a different one. That's a
Then
different
you're
line.
talking about EM84. EM84 is what you're talking about.
It might be one of the lines is 84. Might be, yeah. But because it's outside of Africa, and
Yeah,
it's not the EV12 branch, which is the EV13. It's
now
the
you're
same.
right. So you're talking about EM84, which you find a lot. It's basically scattered. You find it in a lot of Ashkenazi Jews. You find it in Albert Einstein. You find it in Napoleon. Even Napoleon had that lineage, the
Well, which
EM34.
makes sense. That makes sense because it's Canaanite.
Nah.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense to me. So those are the three trees that I've identified: is the Berber tree, the EV12 tree, which includes 13 and 32, and the Canaanite, which is what M81 or somewhere one of the lines. It's outside of Africa.
And the Canaanites were they were a coastal people, and then they were trading along the Mediterranean. That's why when you go to their settlements in Carthage, you find stuff like like J2. You find that in like Tunisia, in like ancient remains from Carthage. And the thing with biblical narratives is sometimes it's not actually going by DNA. Sometimes it's just the people that live in the region, that populate the region, or speak the language. So it's like certain things you can't take at face value.
Well, the Phoenicians weren't the original Phoenicians of North Africa. The Phoenicians consisted of the T, the Q, the G, R1b and the J2, the J1, I1, I2, E.
Yeah, I can't imagine
and B.
Phoenicians being Q or half of those haplogroups you named.
Well, I mean, because Q is a part of
Because you
the
don't find
Jewish part.
those haplogroups in their colonies, the places
No,
that
but
they were known to settle.
Q is the Medes, and Q is part of the Jewish population because of the Medes.
Q is they got Q from Khazar, from the Khazars, from Central Asia.
Q is the descendants of Madai, and Madai settled in Europe, and where he settled in Europe, there's a Q in Europe, and where the Medes settled, Medes in Iran, Persia, Medes and Persians, the Q is just north of there.
You know what? Just to briefly sort of go over everything. So your claim is just purely based on the frequency of haplogroups, and the rest is just purely conjecture because you're saying that so and so is this, so and so is that. But
So
from a genetic standpoint,
you're
it's
speaking
just
for
that.
me. You're speaking for me. The way every reason why I arrived at the assignments. Because I'm giving you some of the reasons because Q is in Europe. I mean, Madai was in Europe, where the Q is, and Madai came from the Medes and the Persian areas where the Q is, and the K was in Italy, where the K is to this day, and the K is Tubal.
But you see how the haplogroups you're naming are so widespread. Who was prophesied to be given the biggest regions of the world?
But
Whose land
it's
expanded?
I'm going by known migrations of the people and where they went and where the haplogroups are found today, and in times past as well.
That proves you're Japheth because you're literally everywhere. You guys are migrated north, west, south, and you basically populate
That's
the
an
biggest geographical
that's
regions.
that's an extrapolation.
Yeah, it's not really if you go by
Japheth,
prophecy.
Japheth is the sons of Japheth, which is Gomer, Madai, Tubal, Meshech,
But
Tubal,
jungle jargon. Doesn't the
Jai.
scripture say that Japheth would expand?
He's all
Yeah,
over Europe.
they've got the
He's all
biggest
over Europe
expansion.
and Asia, all over
Haplogroup F,
and America,
haplogroup F, and its descendants.
and
Even
America.
if you go by in terms of land, if we go by hectares or acres, whatever you want to measure it by, that those haplogroups of F and its descendants, they populate the majority of the world. They're the most widespread. They're
No,
the
no,
most populous.
you're not
They're the
saying
most
F.
populous and widespread.
No, no, you're not saying F through F by itself. You're saying F through T is the most populous because it's F and the rest of the Y chromosomes. You're jumping up all the rest of the Y chromosomes into F.
Because they are
Because they are.
they're the descendants of F. We discussed it earlier.
Exactly.
No, but one didn't come from the other.
Yes, they did.
Japheth didn't come from the Semitic population, and the Semitic population didn't come from the African population.
That's what I was trying to explain to you earlier, that all of the descendants of FM89, haplogroup Q, R, N, O, P, all of those people descend from FM89, and they have it. And how we know that? Because they have it in their genetic makeup. They have the M89 SNP. The only way you can get it on your Y chromosome is if you descend from a man that had it. So you trace that line all the way back to FM89. They're all related.
Yeah, I gotta look at that again.
Yeah, you got to understand how DNA transmission works and how genetics work. So on the string, hold on. On the string, you see haplogroup F, also known as FM89. Like if you get your DNA sequence, like do the big Y. I think they call it the big Y. You're going to see the M89 mutation because you descend from FM89, right? It says known as the FM89 previously as haplogroup FT is a very common Y chromosome haplogroup. The clade and its subclades constitute over 90% of paternal lineages outside of Africa. And like the brother was telling you, brother linguistics was telling you that that fits the pretty much the prophecy of Japheth that he would expand. Japheth,
Yeah, but I don't
pretty
find.
much.
I mean, I could be wrong and everything, and I'll look into it. But the Judah is definitely J2 is the majority Y chromosome in Judah.
Okay. Show me the scripture where it says Judah will primarily be in the Caucasus.
No, Judah got kicked out of Israel, and they
No,
went north.
no.
And they're not primarily the Caucasus. They're primarily spread from Anatolia or Italy, even all the way to Iran.
Got you. So Judah is J, haplogroup J. That's what you're saying.
J2.
J2. When was J2 originated? Where did it originate? When did it originate?
With Judah.
Okay. So when did Judah originate? What is the origin of Judah?
He's one of the sons of Israel.
I need a timeline.
Well, it's whenever Israel was living.
Okay, so the Iron Age. We're gonna say the Iron Age. So about 3,000 years ago. So when did J2
3,000
arise?
We're already 5,000. The flood happened less than 5,000 years ago.
But listen to what I'm asking you. When did the haplogroup J2 arise?
It was after it was from Israel. The J1. That's why we got to look carefully at these lineages, because
Hold on.
I'm not seeing with the
I don't want you to go nowhere.
migration.
I want to stay on that point because we know Judah is a Iron Age people, right? And you're saying that they're J2 and J2 starts with them, right? Well, I'm just going to give you the answer. I'm just going to give you the answer. J2 arose 30,000 years ago. There's no way in the world that J2 started with. There's no way.
Less than 5,000 years ago.
Okay, it would still be older. The J2 marker would still precede Judah, right?
No, J2 is Judah.
How? When Judah is born in the Iron Age, and J2 is already in the world before that.
Because I mean, I guess some of J2 could be other tribes of Israel, but it's mostly Judah, and some of it's mostly David, or largely David and Solomon.
All right, let me put it this way. So you're saying that Jacob, biblical Jacob, is J2, correct?
No, Judah.
Oh, all right. Oh, my bad. Judah. All right. So Judah is literally J2, correct?
Yeah, unless
all right.
So is another tribe.
So the issue is Judah, an Iron Age, or Judeans, Iron Age people, but the man Judah produced J2. The problem is this: what haplogroups was Jacob, Isaac, and Abraham if Judah himself is J2?
Yeah, they would have had basically the same Y chromosome anyway.
So you're saying Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob and Judah all are J2 now?
They would have. Well, J2 is just a label, and it probably might include other tribes besides Judah. But what I'm saying is that the only people remaining in Israel that became the Ashkenazis and the Sephardi's are the Judaic people, and they have a majority Y chromosome of J2.
So I guess it's because most Jews have J is the reason why you believe that J is Israelite, correct?
Well, that's what I went by. I looked at the majority Y chromosome in the Judaic population. So I just assigned it J2 as Judaic, except thinking it could include other tribes as well, because it wasn't only Judah. In Judah, there was other tribes as well, including the Kohen, which is J1.
Well, you know why there might be actually issue with that idea. So you posit that the reason why You believe that the Israelites are J because it's mostly seen among Jewish people today. But I feel like that actually proves why J isn't the Israelites. And let me explain why. So we know that during the Exodus, the Pharaoh of Egypt basically committed genocide against the Israelites in Egypt, and he killed all the male baby boys. And so you have a very huge discrepancy between male and female Israelites after that event. So you would have had more women born versus the Israelites. And I posit that the Israelites are E markers. So when the Israelites left Egypt and went into Canaan land, Canaan land was heavily populated by J marker Canaanite peoples. And we know that according to the scriptures, the Israelites, particularly the women and the men, married Canaanite men and women. And the Canaanite men would have had J markers. This is why you see more Jewish people with J compared to E. J is the highest haplogroup among the Jews, and E is the second highest haplogroup. That fits right along with what happened early in the ethnogenesis of the Israelites. A lot of baby boys were killed during
So
Exodus.
you think that J is the Canaanites?
J
J2?
would represent a population of people that lived in the ancient landmass of Canaan. But the key part I want you to hear is this. Remember, we can't forget that most Israelites were killed during the genocide, and that there'll be a low frequency of E among the Israelites and a higher frequency of J. I got to catch this call. I'll be back.
Yeah, well, he killed the male child at one time. It doesn't mean he wiped out the Y chromosome, I don't think.
You see, here's the issue with the whole J2 thing, and you keep mentioning Ashkenazi. I don't believe the majority of Ashkenazi are of the bloodline and come directly from Israel and Israelites. I don't believe that. And the reason why haplogroup J is so dominant amongst them, haplogroup J is found in the Caucasus regions, it's found in the steppes, it's found amongst Turkic people, it's found among the Khazars. That's why they have it. They descend from multiple populations that carry haplogroup J, both J1 and J2. That's why they carry it in abundance.
You realize that Judah is not just Ashkenazi, and Sephardic Jews. It was the whole tribe of Judah was expelled to the north, just like Israel was, and they settled up in the north. So that's the reason for the high population of J2 throughout Anatolia all the way to Iran is
Nah,
because
you see
that's where
that's
they
wrong.
went. They went.
And I'll tell you why that's wrong. Because in the Middle East, in the Levant, they have less of a diversity of J1 subclades. It's mostly J1E. But when you go to the Caucasus, they have a greater diversity. A greater diversity of haplogroups is indicative of origin. It's indicative of the homeland of the haplogroup. So those J that you're claiming came from Judah, came from Israel, and migrated north. That's not the case. It's the other way around. And we know this how? Because we see that progression, we see an increase of haplogroup J occurring throughout the millennia in Bronze Age Israel. And not only this, we see an introduction of ancestry that comes from the Caucasus, ancestry that wasn't there. In fact, this ancestry increases by 14% every millennia. And this is exactly coincides with when haplogroup J was migrating into the region. So how are you telling me that they migrated north? Did he leave? He disappeared.
You cut out a little bit there, and somehow I didn't hear what you said at the last statement.
Basically, what I'm saying is the haplogroup J coming into Israel is marked by an increase in the DNA of the local population where their Armenian ancestry increases. But you're saying it's the other way around. You're saying that they went from Israel into Armenia. If that was the case, the Neolithic Levantine ancestry in the Armenians would increase. But that's not the case. It's vice versa. It's Armenian ancestry that's flowing into Israel, and it's increasing by 14% every 3 millennia.
But you would agree that both Israel and Judah were taken or kicked out of the land of the Levant, Israel, and they were taken to the north. Both Israel and Judah went to the north.
I'm not too well versed on that side of things. I know that the northern tribes were scattered north. I don't know where Judah went into. Some people say they went southwards. Some people say they went north, but I'll let Scholastic Billy sort of chime into that.
Yeah, so if you go off of Josephus, there's migrations going into Europe. There's migrations going into Africa. So they're not just going in one direction, Jungle Jargon. They're going both ways. They're going south and north.
Right. They went into Africa. Of course,
Right.
they went to Africa. But they went into Europe. But they were all around the Black Sea area and the Caspian Sea as well.
Well, but here's the thing: before there was Israelites on the earth, there were J markers in the Zagros and Caucasus mountain range. The oldest one, matter of fact, Lever, you there?
I'm back.
You see that on the screen? That's the oldest J marker right there. 13,000 years old, and we find it in the South Caucasus. Belongs to J1B. So we know where these people come from.
The oldest based on what?
Don't you see
It's a
it on the screen?
scientific paper. It's right there. Brother,
Yeah,
the thing is, listen.
How do they determine what's oldest? What's an oldest group? I mean,
They look at ancient DNA, but listen, here's the thing. When we see an influx of haplogroup J into the Levant, there's a direct increase in the autosomal ancestry of the local population. It's not just amongst the Israelites, it's amongst the so-called Phoenicians, the so-called Canaanites. They also experience this increase. And this increase is Armenian Caucasus ancestry, and it increases by 14% every 1,000 years. So if you're claiming that what do you call it, that J went from the Levant and they went north, we should see that same pattern happening, but in reverse, with Neolithic Levantine ancestry increasing in Armenia. But that's not the case. They have very little Neolithic Levantine ancestry. But the later Bronze Age population and the Bronze Age population of Israel, they experienced this mass increase of Armenian ancestry and Iranian Zagros-related ancestry that wasn't there in the first place.
It's on the green, actually. On the screen, my bad.
We lost him. He gone.
Oh, did he accidentally leave?
I don't know if his phone died or.
Well, I know one thing. I was about
we lost
him. I was about to eat myself a meal, so, you know.
All right, we can wrap it up. We've been on here 4 hours.
Yeah, it was good whilst it lasted. But you know what would be interesting? Do you guys know any geneticists that sort of cover this sort of topic, or anyone that's like, I don't want to say atheist, but someone that's not from any of the haplogroups that can, someone that's basically impartial?
We need an East Indian.
Yeah, that's what we need, or a Chinese person. That's what we need. But I'll be completely transparent and honest. I don't think any haplogroup can make a better claim than haplogroup E. Like people can disagree on the subclades, but the fact that it's haplogroup E, there's no question about it. The linguistics, the craniofacial, the anthropology, the DNA autosomal as well. It's foolproof,
Yeah, that's what we're arguing. It's like when you combine all those fields together, it's pretty much hard to get around. You guys that's arguing Jay, we can see where they come from. They're not even
Exactly.
they're not even autochthonous.
Nope.
Exactly.
We know exactly who they are too. They're Horians.
You're right, and it's not like they hid it. You find it in like the they inscribe a lot of things with their names, and they carry Hurrian names. And then the graves where a lot of these people are J markers is associated with Hurrian culture. You're right. So it's like they're not trying to hide it. They're not trying to claim to be Israelites. They never claimed to be Israelites back then. Why would they claim to be Israelites now?
Right. Come from the Caucasus, where the Hurrians were, Zargos Mountains. So it's like we know exactly who these people are. They ain't spooky. It ain't a conspiracy. I mean, we know.
Yeah, you're right. Everything. You know what? The truth is usually the easiest answer. Like
Right.
people try to overcomplicate things. Just look at the language, look at the ancient DNA, and it's all there. You know what I mean?
Exactly. 100% agree.
Yeah.
Right. Afro-Asiatic comes from haplogroup E. The Semitic language comes from haplogroup E. Where we see the oldest burials in these areas, like the Levantine and
Exactly.
surrounding areas, all haplogroup E. It's just like, come on now. What else
Okay,
can we say?
I got one question. Can they truly be Israelites if they don't have any Neolithic Levantine ancestry?
The way I interpret the Proto-Semitic genome is that it would
Uh-huh.
be Neolithic Levantine. But once Israel entered Egypt, their autosomal DNA would change, and they would obtain Nile Valley African genes.
Yeah, I
So
was about to say over time,
yeah,
admixing fates signatures. Like today, you have E1B1A markers that are totally Middle Eastern, autosomally, but it's still E1B1A. But it's because they live in that area and they admix with the people that live in that area.
right.
I completely agree, but that Neolithic Levantine signature signal is still there. What I'm basically saying is, how can they be Israelites if they're purely Caucasian from the Caucasus?
Well,
How does that?
when I do my JedMag, you do get that Neolithic Levantine signature, but how could they be completely Caucasian? It's simple. It's because that's where they go back to.
Yeah, they're basically claiming Abraham has no Neolithic Levantine ancestry. He's just straight up Caucasian, like a Georgian or a Armenian.
That's literally what they say in my comment section. Oh, Shem, Ham, and Japheth all came from the Caucasus. They're Caucasian. Abraham's Caucasian. That's what people say.
Yeah,
that's
that's ridiculous.
I'm going to do with Dan. That's what he's going to say.
You see, that don't even make no sense. So they have no DNA from the region itself, the Neolithic Levantine, which is where the language and everything is from. That doesn't make any type of sense whatsoever.
At this point, people want the Israelites to be Caucasian because it doesn't fit their paradigm.
It's purely racist. They just don't want to associate it with a haplogroup E, which they think is a black haplogroup. It's purely racism. There's no other reason. Even a lot of these people that are knowledgeable in these things that sort of, they don't make it black and white. They make it gray. Like they work with possibilities that, oh, it could possibly be this or it could possibly be that. I think it's still internalized racism. I don't think they're willing to basically let go of that idea and allow themselves to believe that African haplogroup, which they consider African, or a black haplogroup, can be Israel. I think it will just shake up the world.
Oh, yeah, that's true, and that's why a lot of people say they haven't released any DNA from known Israelite burials.
Mm-hmm.
They feel as if they know what the DNA is. They
100%.
They don't want to unveil it because it's probably a bunch of E.
Yeah, 100%.
Wait for 2022. Well, I guess it's already here, but wait a couple of months. Sometime this year, some juicy's coming out.
You know what? I hope they release it. You know, you get certain studies where they don't release the data as well. They just sort of, it's like a summary, but then they don't give the data. I hope they give the actual data.
Yeah, hopefully. It's even with Iraq, like like Razib Khan said, that a lot of conflicts going on in Iraq, so we don't have too much DNA there or any DNA at all. But they even suspect that you're going to find an East African element in Iraq whenever we start to dig up the bones and sequencing genomes. And we're going to see a lot of gene flow from East Africa, actually. So that's going to be interesting as well.
Yeah, that is. I mean, Basal Eurasians and Neolithic Levantines, they're technically just offshoots of, you know, of Africans anyway. Like, especially like that northeast and North Africa. So there is going to be like a lot of back and forth, you
Yes.
know.
Yes.
And maybe that's why the signal isn't as strong with like the DE when it migrated back, because it migrated back probably very early on, you know. So they probably their genetic signature wasn't too different, you know. So I
Mhm.
think that could be the case.
You know, with the Basal Eurasian population, whatever that was out of Somali, I think that's
Uh-huh.
what they're calling a ghost population. I know a lot of times people say, "Oh, it's an archaic human," but I really think what they find in our DNA, calling a ghost population, I think that's that early Basal Eurasian haplogroup DE population that lingered around Saudi Arabia and lingered around the Middle East for quite some time. And I think that's the signature that they're picking up. We just don't know what it is.
Yeah, because that initial population was replaced by like this the people that would eventually become like the Central Asians. They were the next to migrate, and like the Austronesian populations. So you're right, it could be that first initial group, you know, they just made a big U-turn and came back, and then they were replaced because there were constant migrations, you know. But that I think one of the most interesting and important regions is actually Saudi Arabia. I would love to see some ancient DNA from Saudi Arabia. I think it would solve a lot of mysteries, because that's literally that's like the I don't know what you call it. It's the border between the two places. Yeah, Egypt is also a border, but Saudi Arabia will be extremely interesting. And like you said, that's where you find a lot of the EM2 markers as well. So it'll be interesting to see ancient DNA from Saudi Arabia.
Yeah. It'll be interesting if we could some way get underneath that sand in a lot of these desert places, because we know that those places were green at first and people lived and traversed and traded there in ancient times.
Exactly.
So just imagine if there was a way to get under some of that sand and start taking out skeletons, seeing what
Yeah,
those are.
I think the problem is with a desert environment, DNA degrades. You know, it's kind of hard to recover. It's hard to find it because of all the sand, but then
Right.
the DNA itself is probably pretty damaged.
That's true too, but hopefully we can pull out the petrous bone or something, or the sand acts as an insulator. I'm hoping,
Yeah.
hopefully, maybe in the future we find a way to get around that. We'll see. We'll see. It'll be nice
Yeah,
though.
yeah,
I'm about to head out
but
here in a second.
Yeah, I'm gonna
yeah,
shut it down here. I'm gonna do 4 hours with this guy.
yeah, it was, you know, but the thing is that brother was he's still trying to find the truth. You know what I mean?
Right.
Because even with a lot of the things that you said, he sort of was opening up to it. I just believe
I
that.
agree. Yeah.
I believe that he probably thought he was an E marker. He found out he was an I, and then he started trying to make it about I, just like a lot of people are doing. You know, when they find out they're another haplogroup. You know?
Oh man. Yeah,
Yeah,
it's possible. Very possible. He genuinely believes it, though. It's not like he's forcing it. He believes that.
but that's the thing. I think maybe a lot of the Yap brothers they went a bit too hard. People are feeling sort of rejected, man. They got to
Why?
find a way back into the family.
I wonder why they feel that way, because before we existed on YouTube, there was groups of Ashkenazis that pretty much excluded people and said, "Hey, we're the real thing. We're the real deal," and everyone else is, goyim. And I didn't see anybody catch feelings behind that. At least I don't know anybody that
Yeah.
did.
You know what the funny thing is? They're relying on they basically believe like black people are unread, and to an extent it's true in that we're not interested in these topics. It's not that we're unread. A lot of people aren't interested in this because a lot of black Africans or black African Americans or African diaspora, a lot of us identify with Islam or Christianity. You know what I mean? So people aren't as curious and they're not digging deep into it. So these people are able to set the narrative. But now with the ancient DNA and everything coming up, and a lot of the thing when they would deny the Khazar hypothesis, they would say, "Oh well, it's because we don't have any Khazar DNA, so we can't really, make any assumptions." But now we've found Khazar DNA, and we'll keep finding more, and it's just gonna completely destroy, everything that they're saying. But like the brother Hebrew of Israel said, the new findings are hopefully going to come out. I do hope that it's independent research and that it's not like the state of Israel or someone that's being funded by Jewish groups doing the study. Do you know who's actually doing the study?
I don't think he
This-
knows. I don't think he knows who's doing the study.
Yeah, is it a university?
Wait, what was the question? I was doing something.
No, I want to know who is it? Who's coming up with the study? Is it a university? Is it someone independent? Is it funded by the Israeli government?
Oh, the person that Amir said. Oh, I wonder if I should say his. Well, the person that I know who has a friend that's working on it. It's he's located in Tel Aviv, I think, and he is part of a geneticist group, a company who's or at a university that's working on these very interesting remains that reveal a lot of information about the ancient Levant.
I'll be honest, just from you saying that, I don't really have much hope in it because it's an Israeli university. It's probably funded by their government, and then it's being carried out by Israeli geneticists. So it's like
it's going to be published as, "Oh, we found King David's remains in his haplogroup Q."
yeah. It's gonna be interesting. But yeah, brothers, I'm gonna be out. But thanks for the conversation.
No
you
problem.
lot take care. Take care.
Peace.
Masalam.
Shalom.
Shalom.
Jungle Jargon. Jungle Jargon, we're getting ready to close the show out. Are you there? I guess he can't hear me. All right, guys, hit the like button, subscribe to the channel. We appreciate everybody for joining us and enjoying the show and the discussion between Avery and Jungle Jargon, and then the free exchange afterwards. Appreciate everybody. Jungle Jargon.
Hello.
Hey, we're getting ready to leave. Yeah, we're getting ready to shut it down.
That's okay. That's okay. This is a delayed signal anyway, so it's not going to work good.
Okay, well, maybe in a later episode we can have you back and then we can have a discussion, a continued discussion on this. All right?
Sounds good. It was fun. Lots of fun.
All right. We appreciate you coming on and sharing your opinions and your thoughts.
All right.
Yeah, it was a great discussion.
Thanks.
No problem.
All right. Bye.
All right, guys. We're out of here. Peace.
Shalom. Yeah.
Yeah.